This is Audible.
Audible Inc. and Harlequin present The Mark by Jason Pinter. Read by Noah Plenner.
Chapter 25. When we'd reached the bottom of our bottomless cups of coffee and licked the last toast crumbs off the plate, Amanda and I left Ken's offie den and headed into the morning sunlight. David Morris's Tundra was nowhere to be seen. After 4 hours of achy-breaky heart, I wasn't too sad to see him go. Studying the cars in the rest stop parking lot, I noticed that most had Illinois license plates. A few Missouris, 1 or 2 from Wisconsin. Before we went anywhere, I went back into the diner and grabbed a road map from a kiosk. On the back cover was an advertisement for a walking tour of the state's capital, Springfield. Inside were coupons for an upcoming Cubs game. Somehow, we'd ended up in Illinois. I unfolded the map, trying to pinpoint our location, then gave up. Beyond the rest stop on the southbound side of the highway was a blue sign indicating we were at the Coalfield exit on Interstate 55. Another green sign beyond that read Springfield, 10 miles. My legs felt rubbery just thinking about it. Amanda appeared beside me, her shoulder brushing against my arm. The first real human contact I'd felt in hours. Her eyes were striking in the morning light. From the first moment on that street corner in New York, I knew Amanda Davies was stunning. But thinking about how much she'd done for me, how much she'd risked, she was that much more beautiful. She must have caught me staring, because a bashful smile crept over her lips. "What?" she said. I smiled, shook my head. "Nothing. Thank you." "For what?" "For believing me. You could have hitched a ride or called the cops, done any number of things, and I'd be lost, completely." "You don't need to thank me. I'm doing this because I want to." "I know you are, but thanks anyway." Again I thought about her notebooks, and it occurred to me that for the first time Amanda had been forced to see past the surface of her subjects. Before last night, I was Carl Bernstein, merely an entry, one of hundreds. But now I was three-dimensional, flesh and blood, someone to touch rather than just see. "So what do we do now?" she asked. "Now," I said, "we contact our primary sources, the WHO list." I pulled the notebook from my pocket and looked over the list of names. 3 in particular stood out. Grady Larkin, Luis and Christine Guzman. For the first time, I found myself thinking about John Fredrickson's family. The newspaper said he left behind a wife, 2 children. A family had been shattered. My heart felt weak, knowing these lives were damaged forever because of me. Despite my innocence, nothing could fill that family's void. Everything hit me like a punch to the gut, and suddenly I felt nauseous. I bent over, hands on my knees, heaving. Amanda, ever courageous, rubbed my back. "Henry? Henry, you okay?" I shooed her away with a wave and resumed heaving. When my stomach's spin cycle stopped, I stood up and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I gathered myself, still panting, hands trembling. Amanda looked me over as I clenched and unclenched my fists. She seemed to know what I was thinking. "Yeah, My voice trailed off. I looked into her eyes, warm and sorrowful, as if sharing my misery would help lighten the load. "It just doesn't seem real." She nodded. "I know." "I mean, I have a home, and a family I haven't even spoken to since everything happened. My mother. She'd be devastated." "What about your father?" I shook my head. "He won't care. This would just confirm his assumption that I was born to fail." "Well, then it's up to you to prove him wrong." I nodded. Years ago I'd made the choice to distance myself from my parents. Accomplishing that goal brought a sense of both pride and regret, and now I couldn't turn to them even if I wanted to. "Now come on," Amanda said. "We have work to do." She took my arm and we headed toward the highway. I'd walked 10 miles before, but never with a definite purpose or destination. Cold nights, breath streaming in front of me, nowhere to go but to be lost in the woods of my own thoughts. Back home, when I couldn't take things anymore, when the rotten stench of beer and sweat literally forced me out of the house, walking was a cure for my father's passive-aggressive anger. I waited years for him to explode, to release all his hatred in a viscous torrent, but instead it wafted out like a leaky gas main, making me woozy and sick for years, poisoning me slowly. One of my favorite analogies is the frog in the pot of water. I used it on sources that were reluctant to speak. It helped them understand the severity of their situation. If you put a frog in a boiling pot of water, he'll sense the heat and immediately jump out of the scalding liquid. But if you put a frog in a cold pot of water, then slowly raise the temperature, the frog will boil alive. He becomes accustomed to the gradual temperature change, right until it kills him. The lesson is that people stay in terrible situations simply because they've gotten used to them. The water around them is so scalding and hurtful, but they don't know any better because it's happened in such small increments. Thankfully, I was able to leave my own pot before it was too late. We started off down the interstate, walking side by side, halfway between the surge of speeding vehicles and the protection of the tree line. I didn't realize it until the 3rd or 4th mile, but my leg was really starting to hurt. Not the kind of ache from a cramped muscle or even a deep bruise. No, this was beneath the skin. Nausea swept through me, but I fought it off. Soon buildings began to appear on the horizon, rising above the endless span of highway. The humidity dried up, the sweat once pouring from my body now drying, causing my shirt to stick to my skin. Peeling it off caused an icky sensation, like hearing the wet sound of a bandage ripped from a fresh cut. Amanda seemed to notice this, and leered at me whenever I pried the sleeves loose from my biceps. "This is the first time I've ever said this," I said, "but I could really go for a good shopping spree right about now." Amanda laughed, but there was weariness in it. Still, I had to admire her for being able to keep a sense of humor under the circumstances. "If we get out of this, I'll take you to Barney's. You'll fall in love with their suits." She playfully tugged at the waistband of my pants. "Forget suits. I'd drop 20 on a crappy Fruit of the Loom right about now." I bet Mr. Fruit of the Loom would be flattered to hear that. As we walked, time seemed to go into a strange sort of wind tunnel, everyone speeding past us. We were running on fumes, the colors all blurring together, like life was a record going at 33 1/3. Amanda was beginning to walk sluggishly, dragging her heels, her shoulders slouching. "You okay?" I asked. "Just a little tired," she said. "Haven't slept in like 36 hours. Same as me, I thought. But I had reasons to keep going. Amanda wasn't fighting for her survival. She was fighting for a man she'd met a day and a half ago. We needed a place to rest, even if it was just for a little while. 1 hour and 3 more miles later, according to my body's likely faulty pedometer, we saw a sign for gas, food, and lodging, and an arrow veering off the freeway. I looked at Amanda, who shrugged, as if to leave the decision to stop entirely up to me. "We should rest," I said. She slowed down, seemingly mulling over this idea. "If you insist." We followed exit 42 until we reached an intersection. 6 fast food joints populated either side of the highway, competing for layover dollars from families on the go. A Motel 3 lay about a half-mile down the road, the roof a muddy red. A large neon light proclaimed that yes, they did have vacancies, and at least the V in TV. If the laws of division were correct, a Motel 3 would be half as good as Motel 6. And right they were. It resembled a 2-story slab of pancake-colored timeshares, the paint looking like it hadn't received a second coat since before Sherwin married Williams. We entered the motel, where an elderly man with a crescent moon of gray hair was resting his eyes at the reception desk. I rang the bell. The man stirred, picked his head up, and wiped the drool from his mouth. "What?" he said, his voice irritated, like a cranky teenager woken from a nap. "Hi, we'd like a room?" He grimaced, then reached beneath the counter for a water bottle with an inch of viscous black liquid at the bottom. He raised it to his mouth and spit chewing tobacco into the lip. Whatever missed the bottle dripped down the side like an insect's number 2. Minimum's 1 night. None of that we need 15 minutes for a quickie bullcrap. You want that, you best go a mile down the road to the Sleep and Snuggle Inn. $15 an hour at that slophouse. Then we'll take a room for 1 night, I said. Don't you be bullcrapping me. He spat. If you plan on staying more than 3 nights, I need a down payment. Too many people's coming in here staying and don't paying. Just 1 night, I repeated, honest, and we'll even pay that up front. Well, all right then. He reached under the counter and pulled up a gigantic logbook, its yellowed pages more like remnants of Talmudic scripture than loose leaf. He turned it around to face us and motioned to a pen attached to a chain. Not a dinky chain of metal balls like they have at banks, but a full damn chain. If this is how he protected writing implements, I wondered how he tethered his pets. Need your name, both of them, and John Hancock's. No problem. Can we pay in cash? This is still America, right? Haven't gone all to plastic yet. Far as I know, Amanda said. I took the pen and logbook and began to scrawl. B-O-B-W-O-O-D. Before I could finish, Amanda jabbed me in the ribs. S-O-N, I wrote. Bob Woodson. Stupid name. Amanda took the pen. With delicate penmanship, she wrote in Marion Crane. When I looked at her, she was blushing. Marion Crane. Janet Leigh's character in Psycho. The woman who ran from her lover and the police with $40,000 of embezzled cash before becoming Norman Bates' carving block. Marion Crane. The girl who just wanted a better life. He said, Now I've blocked the rooms from dialing those 900 numbers. You want me to unblock it? I'll need a credit card imprint. Seen some people run up ungodly charges on those things. No, thanks. That won't be necessary, I said. He gave me a creepy smile, smiled at Amanda. I'm sure it won't. He handed us a small key attached to a palm-sized block of wood. So you don't be stealing it, he reprimanded us. The key was stamped number 4. He pointed us down the hall and told us to hook a right. All the doors were a faded red, the paint cracked and dirty. We passed by a soda machine. I was thirsty, but the machine was sold out except for the Diet Shasta Orange. Yum. After we turned the key, room number 4 took several hard kicks to open. Just like home. The bed was concave, as if it had recently been vacated by a particularly obese buffalo and hadn't yet taken back its normal shape. Thankfully, the bathroom was clean. The shower stall was cramped, but at least the water ran. Amanda collapsed onto the bed. Her legs hung off the end as she took long breaths. I sat down at a small desk in the corner and pulled up my pant leg, pain shooting again as the fabric grazed my wound. Dried blood the color of charred wood had congealed around the yellowed gash. I gently pressed my finger against it, winced. I stood up and went over to the scratched oak dresser, throwing open the drawers one by one. All I found was a Gideon's Bible and a wadded-up tissue. Ew. What are you looking for? Amanda asked, her voice sluggish. Just checking to see if anyone might have left some spare clothes, socks maybe. Sure. I bet the Salvation Army figured they didn't need little Johnny socks anymore and tossed them in the drawer. Whatever, I said, easing back into the chair. I need to get out of these clothes, take a shower. Be my guest. I removed my socks and shoes and laid them neatly by the radiator. Stepping into the bathroom, I hung my shirt and pants on the shower stall, hoping the steam might rinse away some of the sweat and dirt. Steam wrapped my body like a glove, and I closed my eyes, the world seeming ever so far away. Just a few minutes, and I forgot all about John Fredrickson. The last 2 days never happened. The weight of the world disappearing down the drain. I was back at the Guzman's apartment. Luis was reciting lines from the Glass Menagerie, while Christine showed off booties for their unborn child. I was back at the Gazette, writing obituaries while Wallace and Jack observed from across the newsroom. Everything was right in the world. Then it all came rushing back like a busted dam. The gunshots, John Fredrickson's body prone on the ground, blood everywhere. The pistol pointed at Amanda's head, the cold glare from the man in black, the cops who wanted me dead. Hours cramped in the back of a truck, knowing every breath might be my last. Death and destruction, all following me like my own shadow. Suddenly I was awake. I looked at my watch. Half an hour had gone by in a blink. I shut the water off and grabbed a crinkled towel. My clothes were still damp, so I wrapped the towel around my waist and rejoined Amanda. Modesty damned to hell, I wasn't going to put those nasty clothes back on until they'd been boiled and disinfected. To my surprise, not only was Amanda awake, but she was wearing a different shirt. A large plastic bag lay at her feet. "Is that new?" I asked, incredulous. When we arrived, Amanda was still wearing her fleece. Now she had on a blue t-shirt with the letter CPD embroidered on it. Chicago Police Department. What a sense of humor. "What's in the bag?" She threw it at me, and I thankfully managed to catch it while keeping my dignity around my waist. Inside was a shrink-wrap package containing a fresh t-shirt, a package of underwear, size XXL, and a pair of cargo shorts that looked like a stiff breeze could undo the lining. I looked at Amanda, her eyes sparkling, anxious for my reaction. "Has she gone shopping?" "Sorry about the underwear," she said. "They were out of large and XL, and you don't look like a medium kind of guy." "Large usually, but I'm not going to complain." I paused, looked into her gorgeous eyes. "Thank you." She nodded. "So what do you think of the t-shirt?" I felt it was appropriate. I shook my head. "Maybe I should get one that says Fugitive on it. We can wear them at Halloween, maybe accessorize with a ball and chain. I'll carry the pickaxe." "You can be Harrison Ford. I've always had a crush on Tommy Lee Jones." "I'm not sure I needed to know that. Besides, you're much prettier than Tommy Lee Jones, and a lot less leathery." "I'll take that as a compliment." "Well, he is an attractive man," I said with a grin. "Amanda, really, you didn't have to do this." "I know, but I did it anyway." My smile came easily. I emerged from the bathroom a minute later, feeling like I'd just taken a dozen hot showers after being stuck in a mudslide. New clothes never felt so good. "Jesus, your leg," she said. I glanced down. The wound was angry and yellow and deeper than I'd thought. "What happened to you?" "A bullet. When I was running from those cops." I made a slicing motion through the air to drive the image home. Amanda shuddered. "We need to take care of it," she said. "We don't need to do anything," I replied, stern. "Hold on," she interrupted, bolting for the door. "I'll be right back." Before I could stop her, Amanda was gone. I sighed, in no position to chase after her, and turned the television on, flipped to CNN. Then I turned it off. I didn't want to see the news. Everything was already too real. What if I had just turned myself in? Surely things could have been worked out. Surely the truth would have been revealed. Surely bullshit. The only witnesses had publicly testified to my guilt. If my case ever went to court, it was the word of a man accused of killing a cop against 3 people plus the entire NYPD. Hell, if I was a cop, I'd want me dead too. But my survival depended on smoking the truth out from its hiding place. The mystery package, the one both Fredrickson and the man in black wanted, held the answer. 5 minutes later, the door swung open. Amanda was holding another bag. She took out a bottle of alcohol and some cotton swabs, several gauze pads and an ace bandage. Her face had the confidence of a doctor ready to perform her very first surgery while drunk and high on methamphetamines. She sat me down, gently biting her lip as she poured alcohol onto a cotton ball. I closed my eyes, then felt a hot, searing pain rip into my leg. I gritted my teeth, a sharp yelp escaping my lips as she increased the pressure. "Let me know if this hurts." I nodded, said I would. If she hadn't picked up that it hurt like a motherfucker, I wasn't about to tell her. Eventually, the pain died down to a dull, throbbing sensation. Her hands were fluid, swapping pads caked with dried blood for clean ones. No hesitancy about touching my wound or cleaning it. Her fingers seemed hungry, kneading my skin as though it contained some hidden antidote for her as well. As much as she was helping me, fixing me, I knew I was helping her too. When she finished, Amanda placed a clean gauze pad over the wound and fixed it in place with the bandage. She fastened the end with small metal clasps and gave my leg a quick pat. "How's it feel?" "Hurts like hell," I said. "Are you sure it needs to be so tight? I think you cut off circulation to my leg." "Better than getting it infected. If the wound gets gangrenous, an amputation might be necessary." She winked at me. "Maybe it needs to be a little tighter." Amanda washed her hands, collapsed back into bed and sighed. Her eyes closed, her chest rhythmically rising and falling. My eyes traced her delicate curves, the brown silky hair spilling over her neck. Why now, in the middle of everything going wrong, did something feel so right? "Why are you helping me?" I asked before I could think not to. Amanda didn't move, simply laid there, breathing. "It's the right thing to do," she said drowsily. "How do you know it's the right thing? You just met me. You don't know anything about me." "I know enough about you," she said softly. "Believe it or not, I'm a good judge of character. I trust my instincts more than any person's word. Those men in my house tonight, you're not like them." "That still doesn't explain why you're helping me. You could go home right now, call the cops and tell them where I am. Why don't you?" "Don't you get it?" she said, rising to rest on her elbows, her voice plaintive. "I'm in danger too, and if I turn you in, no justice will have been done. We'll never know what Fredrickson was looking for, or why the Guzmans and Grady Larkin lied, what they were protecting themselves from. I'm with you, Henry, to the end of this, no matter what." "Thank you," I whispered, knowing the enormity and truth in those two syllables. Amanda nodded. Soon her breathing steadied, her eyes closed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Watching her sleeping peacefully only made me more aware of my own body. My bones felt like they'd been rubbed against a cheese grater. I needed a long, peaceful sleep, if only to remind me of the life I used to have. But sleep never came. I just watched Amanda, hoping her dreams were peaceful. Soon, I hoped, our reality would mirror those dreams. Chapter 26. David Morris was combing his hair, the thick, long hair that Evelyn fucking hated, goddamn her, when the doorbell rang. Slamming down his plastic comb, David yelled at her to answer it. She didn't respond. He heard the muffled sound of the television, some sort of damn daytime talk show. Fuck. Couldn't she get off her ass once a day? David insisted she get a job months ago, and what did Evelyn do? Watch more television. Now that he was working full-time again, coming home late at night and sleeping until early afternoon, she had all day to be productive. Twice a week he had to make the 300-mile drive from St. Louis to Chicago, arriving home long after the midnight hour, dropping into bed like a sack of bricks. And yet he still made time to get the kids ready for school, pack their lunches, and drive them to soccer practice. Years ago he would wake Evelyn up for a quickie, gently tickle her neck and bite her earlobe. These days the thought of munching her ear made him sick. Ever since they'd moved to Chicago, Evelyn had made David's life a living hell. His salary was off the charts, but his home life sucked worse than an Eagles reunion. At least twice this month, David had seriously considered grabbing the kids from under her nose and getting out of the hellhole he called home. Throw some Hank Williams on the radio, throw his arm around David Jr. and little Cassie, and he'd be home free. David pulled on an AC/DC t-shirt and trudged downstairs, leering in the direction of Evelyn's talk show, silently cursing whichever red-faced evangelist had her attention this morning. He peeked out the side windows before opening the front door, force of habit. The man outside was wearing black pants and a black shirt, sunglasses shielding his eyes. He held his arm at an awkward angle, like he'd recently injured it. David was no stranger to the law. Hell, his band had torn up the Southwest in his younger days, and he'd spent a few nights in county lockup, so he immediately knew the visitor was a cop. Sighing, he opened the door. "Can I do for you, officer?" The cop laughed, showed his white teeth, then removed his sunglasses, wincing as he bent his arm. Is it that obvious? Can practically smell the gun oil through the front door. David looked around for the squad car, saw only a beat-up rental. Where's your vehicle, officer? Federal marshal, actually. Fibbies drive rent-a-cars? Let me see some ID. The man pulled out his wallet, a handsome leather model, and flipped it open. Inside lay a government-issued ID, stamped with one of those 5-pointed stars sheriffs in Western movies wore on their vests. The agent's name was Spencer Bates. So what can I do for you, Agent Bates? Bates pointed to David's truck. That your Tundra? Be a mighty coincidence if it was someone else's. Mind if I have a look? Mind if I ask what this is all about? Bates smiled and apologized. Mr. Morris, we're tracking 2 fugitives by the names of Henry Parker and Amanda Davies. We have reason to suspect they hitched a ride out of St. Louis last night. We're doing a search of all vehicles we have reason to suspect may have aided in their escape. I was in St. Louis all day yesterday for a meeting. What's my truck got to do with this? I didn't aid nobody. We have a record of your Easy Pass being charged at a toll booth in downtown St. Louis late last night. Around the same time, the suspects were seen fleeing Ms. Davies' house in that neighborhood. We're just being thorough and following procedure. There's a possibility they could have climbed in the back while you weren't paying attention. No way, David said, stroking the hair flowing down the back of his neck. I would have seen something. Maybe, the agent said. Maybe not. Well, see yourself. I got nothing to hide. Let's go examine my vehicle. Better to get the cop off his back than give him a reason to get suspicious. Bates walked over to the truck and lifted the tarp covering the bed. He ran his finger along the metal, looked at it, nodded. What do you got there? David asked, squinting. He joined Bates at the car. If you look at the dust patterns in the flatbed, Bates said. Ain't no dust patterns in Betty. I keep her good and clean. Bates rolled his eyes. If you look at the dust patterns, Mr. Morris, they're uneven, like someone was wriggling around. You can even make out where a derriere might have lain for several hours. A derriere? Someone's ass, Mr. Morris. Now let me ask you, did you examine your flatbed when you got home? Was it empty? Morris nodded enthusiastically. Of course! I keep my toolbox there. Wouldn't leave it sitting around overnight. Goddamn vagrants here'd steal it in half a minute. Did you stop anywhere last night on your way home? For gas, food, perhaps? David thought, put his hand to his lips. One stop, he said. Gas and coffee. Someplace on I-55. Ken's something. Ken's Coffee Den. David felt a surge of pride. He was assisting in a federal investigation. This shit ever made the news programs. Maybe he'd get interviewed. Maybe write a book. Be like that Mark Furman guy. Get as much money as that blonde chick who screwed Scott Peterson. Plus those anchor women were hot. He'd ditch Evelyn for one of them in a heartbeat. Bates took out a notepad and wrote the information down. Ken's Coffee Den, you said? On Route 55? Interstate 55, David said. Bates nodded. Can you think of anything else? Any other stops you might have made? No, nothing. Any strange movements you might have noticed during the ride? Maybe a bump or a pothole, something unexpected jostle you? No, nothing. Bates folded the notebook up and slid it into his pocket. Can I help with anything else, officer? Agent, actually. Bates walked him back to the front door. David opened it and stood just inside. So, Agent Bates, David said, let me ask you something. You find this Parker guy, people start asking who helped you out with the investigation. Any chance you could drop my name? Tell him I might be interested in working for the, federal government. Bates laughed. I'd be happy to. The government, they pay well. Not well enough, Bates replied with a grin. Doesn't matter, David said. Anything to get out of this shithole. Listen, I hope you catch those fuckers. I mean that. You need anything else, you give me a ring. Maybe I can help with, the investigation." "I surely will, Mr. Morris. I surely will." David nodded. Suddenly felt good. Really good. He'd done a good deed, and the FBI, of all things, owed him one. Wait till Evelyn heard about this. "Just in case you think of anything else, here's my card." Bates reached into his pocket, fumbled around. David heard the blade before he felt it. The thin whistle in the air right before it plunged held deep into his chest. David felt his insides tearing, like a balloon was being ripped apart inside of him. Then there was a horrible burning sensation. Then he felt cold. Then another sharp pain as the knife was pulled from his heart. David Morris was dead before he hit the ground. Shelton Barnes stepped over David Morris's body and dragged it inside the house, closing the door gently. A television was playing somewhere on the second floor. Barnes looked at Morris, blood still pumping from the 3-inch gash in his chest, then slowly made his way upstairs. Chapter 27. "Columbia Presbyterian, this is Lisa speaking," said the cheery voice. Not that I advocated people being morose, but you'd think a hospital operator would have a greater sense of gravity. "Luis Guzman's room, please," I said. She put me on hold, my breath following suit. Amanda had paid for the hotel room, a reasonable $39.99 in cash. We were standing on a Chicago street corner, crammed into a dingy phone booth, the afternoon sun fading away. Columbia Presbyterian was the 4th New York hospital we'd called. The first 3 had no record of a Luis or Christine Guzman. The newspapers hadn't disclosed their location, so finding them came down to trial and error. Only in most trials, you didn't have freaky men with guns breaking into your house and cops shooting you in the leg. "Please hold," Lisa said. Muzak pumped through the earpiece. I held it out for Amanda to listen. "Couldn't I play something a little more, uplifting?" she said. "I mean, Yanni and John Tesh? It's almost like they want you to hang up." After a minute, Lisa clicked back on. "Thank you, sir. I'll transfer you now. Have a pleasant day." I tapped Amanda on the arm. She mouthed, "That's it?" I nodded, put my finger to my lips. 2 rings later, a husky voice picked up. It wasn't Luis Guzman. "Yeah?" Hi. I'd like to speak with Luis Guzman." "Who is this?" I cleared my throat. "This is Jack O'Donnell, New York Gazette. Luis and I spoke briefly last week in regards to an article I'm writing based on his prison experience. He knows the name. It's part of his parole package." There was muffled speaking, like someone was pressing their hand to the receiver. I heard the words O'Donnell and reporter. Amanda gripped my sleeve with one hand and crossed her fingers on the other. "1 second, Mr. O'Donnell." I wiped my brow. After a few seconds, a different voice came on the line. It sounded sickly, weak, like the person on the other end had just run a marathon and couldn't get a water break. "Hello?" I recognized the voice instantly. "Luis Guzman?" "Yes, that's me." "Mr. Guzman, are you alone in your room?" "Excuse me?" "I'd like to ask you a few questions, but it's imperative I know the police aren't present." I waited a moment. "If they are, I won't speak to you. Do you remember me, Mr. Guzman?" "Of course," he said. "You're the one who sent Henry Parker to my house. You said if I didn't cooperate, you'd call my parole officer. Thanks a lot." "That's right, Mr. Guzman, but this isn't about that. Right now, all I want is your story, to be read by millions of New Yorkers. I want them to know the real Luis Guzman. I want them to know the truth about what happened with Henry Parker. I want you to be a celebrity, Luis, a star." "You still want my story?" "Absolutely, but I'm afraid I can't promise any of that if my security is compromised. Now, Luis, are the police present?" "They stand outside my door, man. For protection, you know. They don't come inside unless I buzz them in or someone calls." "Okay, then, let me get to the point." I was growing more confident with the charade. "As you know, Luis, I have a column that's read by hundreds of thousands of people every day, syndicated in 43 states and 20 foreign countries, and I can make sure that every one of those people hear from you what really happened 2 days ago." A few moments passed. My heart beat faster. Luis could hang up at any moment, call the police who were just outside his door. The line could be traced instantly. My search could end before I knew it. "All right, Mr. O'Donnell. What do you need to know?" I cleared my throat. Amanda smiled, rubbed my elbow. For the first time in days, I felt that rush again. "Luis, first off, what is your relationship to Henry Parker?" "I never met the kid until that night." "That a fact?" "Yes, that's a fact, amigo." "Right, amigo. Now, the other day you went on record stating that Parker was looking for drugs, that he tried to steal them from you, and in the process beat you and your wife. Terrible, terrible thing. Just so we're clear, how large was this stash Parker attempted to steal? And what kind of drugs were in it?" "Hey, Mr. O'Donnell, I tell you the truth, am I gonna get in trouble?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, I can tell you this now, but you can promise you won't tell anyone until the story comes out, right? Until I'm out of this stinking bed." "Absolutely, Luis. You have my word. And tough shit if I don't stick to it, you lying prick." "There was no stash," Luis said. "We didn't have nothing." I waited a moment, let Luis think I was considering this. "So, Luis, why did Henry Parker come to you for drugs if you didn't have any?" Luis paused. "When I was younger, a stupid kid, I dealt a bit. I'm not proud of that shit, but it's all public knowledge. My P.O. says it helps to come clean. Anyway, this Parker kid is probably a junkie. Figured I was still into the stuff and just went nuts. You have my record. You saw my priors." "So you think Parker was a junkie?" I asked, my blood starting to boil. "In my opinion, yeah." "So are you still dealing?" "Hell no," Luis said irritably. "I haven't touched that shit since I was a teenager. Parker was high, that's all. Guy was looking for a rush. That's what I told the papers, and that's what I'm telling you now." Wonderful, I thought. I'd spent most of college trying to avoid becoming a pothead, and now the entire world thought I was a dope fiend. "So, Luis, you're saying an unarmed 24-year-old newspaper reporter who was high on drugs was able to subdue an ex-convict and his wife single-handedly?" Luis hesitated. Amanda pinched my arm. I needed to step back. I was on the offensive. Any more pushing and I could scare him away. Backtracking, I posed a new line of questioning. "Sounds like this Parker was one messed up kid." "Got that right, man." "All right, Luis, answer me this. Officer Fredrickson, how did he find you?" 15 seconds passed while I waited for a response. "Mr. Guzman, are you there?" Yeah, just thinking, picturing it in my head. How it happened exactly, Still a little woozy." "Take your time," I said, trying hard to disguise the disgust in my voice. "See, what happened was," Luis said, "Parker hurt my wife, Christine, and that's when Officer Fredrickson found us. He must have heard the commotion, He wanted to protect us." I was under the impression your superintendent, Grady Larkin, first reported hearing these noises. "Yeah, that sounds right. Everything just happened so fast, Hard to remember the details." "Sure," I said, gritting my teeth. "So how much time would you say elapsed between the beginning of the struggle and Officer Fredrickson's arrival?" "Elapsed? I don't know. A minute? 2 minutes?" "You're pretty lucky Officer Fredrickson was in the neighborhood." "Yeah, I guess so." "How long have you lived at 2937 Broadway, Luis?" 7 years. "And when did you get out of prison?" 7 years. "So you moved in right after you got out of jail?" "That's right." "Lucky that apartment was available. Real estate in New York is a bitch." "Don't have to tell me, man." "So what's your monthly rent?" "Excuse me?" "Rent, Luis. What do you pay per month?" "Rent? We pay, I think, $1,600 a month. You think 1,600 or you know 1,600? I'm pretty sure it's 1,600. Would Christine know for sure? Louise laughed. Christine? No, man. She never looks at the bills. She don't work either. Just takes care of the preparations for our baby. Me, I pay the bills. I work hard. I don't need drugs to do that. Amanda mouthed the word, "What?" She saw the anger in my face, but knew we were getting somewhere. I held up one finger, mouthed, "Wait." Would Grady Larkin know how much you pay in rent, Louise? He seemed taken aback. Grady? No, I don't think so. He don't know much. The door was left tantalizingly open, but I could tell from his voice I couldn't press further. Now, just to clarify, you believe Henry Parker's motivation for assaulting your family was stealing a stash of drugs that you never had? That's right. I paused. Mr. Guzman, I'm through for now. If I have any more questions, I might call back. What? That's it? You got nothing else? For now, no. However, I urge you not to divulge details of our conversation to anyone, including the police. If anything we've discussed should leak, say to another newspaper, or if I get one phone call from the NYPD, your story doesn't get printed. My lips are sealed. Glad to hear that, Louise. Glad to hear that. One thing, Mr. McDonnell. O'Donnell. Mr. O'Donnell, that Parker kid, he... Louise's voice trailed off. Yes, Louise? Henry seemed like a good kid. He didn't know what he was doing. In your story, when you write it, can you make sure to print that? That I don't hate the kid or nothing? Sure thing, Louise. Consider it done. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Call me Jack. Goodbye, Louise. Give Christine my best for a speedy recovery. I hung up. Amanda clasped her hands together and comically batted her eyes. My smart reporter. So professional, she cooed. I bit my lip, thoughts running through my head like a slot machine gone haywire. It doesn't make sense, I said. What doesn't? The money. When I asked Luis what his rent payments are, he couldn't give a straight answer. He got real apprehensive when I mentioned the super, Grady Larkin. So? Luis said he was paying $1,600 in rent per month for that apartment. That's a little pricey for a security guard. You think he's lying? $1,600 a month over 12 months is, I did the math in my head, $19,200 a year. Luis pulls in $23,000. His wife doesn't work, and they're trying for a child. It doesn't make sense. I paused. Unless what? Amanda asked. Unless he really doesn't know what they're paying. Amanda looked confused. How could he not know? Maybe they're being subsidized. Someone else paying a portion of the rent. You think that's possible? She asked. Maybe, I said. Maybe not. I picked the phone back up and dialed the operator. City and state? New York, Manhattan. What listing? I need the number for a Grady Larkin at 2937 Broadway. Is this a residence or business? Residence. 1 moment, please. 10 seconds passed. 20. Amanda bit her nails, then smiled shyly and tucked her hand back into her pocket. Finally, the operator returned. Sir, I have no listing for a Grady Larkin at that address. Can you just run the name then, leave the address blank, and extend the search to businesses? 1 moment. More time passed. I started biting my nails, my pulse quickening. Amanda smacked my arm, and I tucked my hand into my pocket. Sir, I still have no such listing in Manhattan. Shall I try a different borough? Are you positive? I asked. How did you spell the name? She related back to me, her spelling correct. Impossible. Grady Larkin lived in that building. I'd seen his name on the directory. He'd been quoted in the newspaper. Hanging up the phone, I turned to Amanda. What? What's wrong? She asked. The superintendent, There's no record of him at that address. I knew it had to be done. I said, "We need to find Grady Larkin." Amanda looked skeptical. "You think this rent thing has something to do with John Frederickson?" "Not directly, but I think it's a thread that might tie into a larger spool. Something's not right. Between the Guzmans lying about the drugs and this, Grady Larkin has to know something. He'd have records of payments, security deposits." "So tell me, Mr. Bernstein," Amanda said, "how do we find Grady Larkin?" There was only one thing we could do. One way to find out what was going on. One way to try and clear my name before the shadows caught up with us. "New York," I said solemnly. "I need to get back to New York." Amanda waited for the punchline, then realized there was none. "Henry, that's insane. You know how many cops are looking for you? All the train stations and bus terminals with your picture plastered everywhere. It'd be like dipping yourself in cow's blood and hiding in the middle of a shark tank." "I don't have a choice. It's either that, jail, or a grave." "You mean we don't have a choice?" "I don't want you coming with me. You saved my life. I can't ask anything else." "You don't have to ask," she said, "and I'm not even going to let you. I'm coming with you." Amanda said it with the kind of finality that let me know there was no changing her mind. "Right now we have a slim advantage. Nobody knows where we are. The sharks are swimming in a completely different tank than us, but that won't last long." I took out the map. "Union Station. It's a cab ride from here. If we can get on a train, we'll be on our way back to New York before they even know we're not in St. Louis. But the question is, once we get to New York, how do we keep from walking right into a phalanx of New York's finest?" Amanda put her arm around me and winked. "Henry, you clearly haven't lived in the Big Apple very long. The whole trick to going unnoticed is by being even more noticeable." "I don't follow." She took my arm, led me away from the payphone. "Come on," she said. "Let's go for a walk. I have $70. Should be enough for 2 one-way train tickets, with just a little left over for something special." Chapter 28. 6 hours and still nothing. There was no trace of Henry Parker. No sign of the Davies girl. It was like they'd vanished into thin air. The roadblocks had gone up, but not fast enough. They had no way of telling if Parker was still in St. Louis, had crossed state lines, or if he was hiding in a fucking shrubbery outside this very house. His head was racked with pain and guilt, and through it all, Agent Joseph Mauser could hear Linda's voice. "You're letting him go. The man who killed my husband. How does that feel, Agent? How does it feel to know my family is smaller by 1, and you can't do anything?" He and Len sat at a table in the Davies kitchen. They had managed to reach Lawrence and Harriet Stein on their vacation in Santorini, told them their daughter had been kidnapped. The Steins would be on the first flight back to the States, but had no idea where their daughter might be. "Who are her friends?" Mauser had asked. We're really not sure. Old classmates, boyfriends, someone she might contact for help." "Maybe my sister," Lawrence Stein had suggested. "Or Harriet's ex-husband, maybe. I always thought Barry and Amanda were close." Clearly, these two didn't know their daughter very well. They couldn't offer any names. They couldn't name any friends she'd seen in the past year. They were about as helpful as asking a stranger on the street if he knew where Amanda Davies was. Linda would have been appalled. She took such pride in being a good mother, never understanding how awful some parents could be. They'd discovered a trunk full of old notebooks in Amanda's room, one of the strangest things Mauser had ever seen. Every one was filled with descriptions of people Amanda had met. They were being combed through for leads, but there were literally thousands of names to follow up on, and most of the entries were hopelessly dated. Denton was drinking a bottle of water, tapping his finger against the dining room table. St. Louis PD had been coming in and out of the Stein house all night, still looking for forensic evidence that could provide a clue. Everything in Amanda's room had been bagged and tagged. Joe only hoped the poor girl would live to sleep in her own bed again. "What if Parker somehow crossed state lines?" Joe said, half to himself. As much as I hate to do this, we might need to expand the search to adjacent cities. Denton looked at Joe. He seemed to know that Mauser had resigned himself to this. The last thing he wanted to do was allow local authorities to collar Parker before he could wrap his hands around that young neck and squeeze. But the longer they waited, the greater chance he would be picked up on someone else's terms, or not at all. "I know how bad you want him, Joe. We all do," Denton said. Mauser nodded. He'd been awake for nearly 48 straight hours. His eyes were heavy. He'd probably built up such a tolerance for caffeine that coffee had been rendered useless. Joe reached into his pocket, took out his cell phone. With a heavy heart, he dialed the Department of Justice. When the operator answered, Mauser asked to be connected to the DOJ's criminal division. Ray Hernandez was an old friend. Guy worked around the clock. No family, no children, no life. Maybe that's why they'd bonded. "Department of Justice Criminal Division, this is Hernandez." "Hey, Ray, how's my favorite burrito bandit?" A hearty laugh came from the other end. "Joe, you alky fuck, how's it going? Hey, I heard about your sister, man. I'm so sorry. Please give Lynn my best. Are you close to catching this Parker dick?" "We almost had him last night, but there was a pretty big snafu I won't bore you with. Anyway, Ray, I need your help. I need you to run a search of all violent crimes in states, including and adjacent to Missouri in the last 6 hours. "That's a lot of crimes, my friend. Any chance you can narrow it down?" Joe thought for a moment. "Okay. Limit the search to grand theft auto and armed robbery." "Gotcha. I'll run a check in Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Illinois. And cross-check the victims and criminals to see if they have homes or businesses in St. Louis or neighboring counties." "Will do. I'll call you back." "Oh, and Ray." "Yeah. Check on homicides, too." "You got it." Half an hour later, Mauser's phone rang. It was Hernandez. "Okay, here we go. In those 9 states in the last 6 hours, there have been 3 grand theft autos reported, 7 armed robberies, and 3 homicides. All of the GTAs and robberies have suspects that don't match your Parker fugitive." "What about the homicides?" "First 189 was last night in Little Rock, 4 hours ago. A burglar broke into the home of Bernita and Florence Block, strangled Mr. Block with a garden hose, stole his antique coin collection and her costume jewelry. The perp was apprehended a mile away, still had the garden hose tubing on him." America's dumbest criminals. Go on. "The other 2 189s were a pair of stabbing deaths in Chicago. David and Evelyn Morris. Perp wasn't apprehended, but get this," Ray said. "According to David Morris's tax statements, our man works construction in St. Louis. Also does some side work for neighbors in the area, repairing decks and fences. Seems to report all his income, amazingly. I cross-checked Morris's credit card charges and we got a hit within your time frame." "Where?" "Morris bought a pack of cigarettes from a grocery store less than a mile from the address you're at right now." "Jesus Christ," Joe said. "You said Morris lives in Chicago?" "Lived in Chicago until last night. Guy's got 2 kids. Messed up world." 2 more children left without hope. Mauser bolted out of his chair and threw on his coat. Denton followed, confused. "Thanks, Ray. I'll buy you a beer next time I'm in town." He hung up. "What is it?" Denton asked. Mauser sprinted to their car, Denton chugging behind him. "Joe, what happened?" "Call the Chicago PD. Get them to halt all transportation that's left the city in the past 6 hours. I want any buses or trains searched. Have them station cops at O'Hare, as well as all bus and train terminals. I'll call Lambert International and get a plane on standby." "You want to clue me in on what the hell's going on?" "We found Parker," Joe said, gunning the engine. "And now he's wanted for 3 murders. Chapter 29. The Amtrak train hurtled along on tender rails. My stomach churned, every muscle in my body thanking me for this brief respite. Then I caught sight of my reflection in the train's window. Jesus H. Christ, Amanda sure had a vivid imagination. I admired the fake gold running from my right nostril to my right ear, the long blonde wig covering all but a sliver of my brown sideburns. All kidding aside, I looked like the love child of Joey Ramone and a rodeo clown. Completing my getup was a pair of tattered black jeans covered with glitter pen scribblings, written to the gods of whatever 80s hair bands Amanda worshipped. I wore a black t-shirt with a red A in the center. The word below it read, Anarchy. Amanda wore black lipstick, dark enough to make people think she'd been seriously making out with a chocolate bar, and her mohawked hair had enough gel to sate the cast of Friends for another 10 seasons. Right. On a train that was otherwise packed, nobody was sitting within 10 feet of us. Amanda was scribbling in a familiar notebook. "You said you left that at home," I said. She shrugged. "I lied." She closed the pad and stuffed it into the nylon fanny pack we'd bought at Union Station for $1.99. Nothing said, "You don't want to talk to us," more than a fanny pack. I shook my head at the wad of 20s inside. "I still can't believe you stole that guy's wallet." "I didn't steal his wallet," she said defensively. "I borrowed it. Besides, did you see that Rolex? Trust me, Henry, we need the money a whole lot more than he does." I hoped Mr. Rolex would understand that logic. I looked past Amanda, saw a conductor collecting tickets. He was overweight, blue hat sitting awkwardly on his head, midsection resembling a stuffed mushroom, smiling as he clipped tickets. Then I looked at Amanda, her silly makeup unable to obscure her natural beauty, the softness of her eyes. She knew the truth about me, about Henry Parker, and deep down I knew I'd never lie to her again. On an adjacent seat I noticed a discarded Chicago Sun-Times. I picked it up, figured it would keep my mind off the mound of shit that was suddenly my life. Most of the news was local: a 3-alarm fire at a nursing home in the North Shore, a Cook County bowling alley under investigation for ties to organized crime. Then, on page 3, I saw a column that would have made me lose my lunch if I'd eaten any. The author was Paulina Cole. Her byline read, "Special to the New York Gazette." The headline was "The Art of Deception." The subtitle read, "The Truth About Henry Parker." I read on. Henry Parker came to New York with a journalistic pedigree any young reporter would kill for, and an eye most people would die for. And suddenly, 2 days ago, somebody did. And now one of the most watched manhunts in New York City history is still in progress, and the questions remain. The noble profession of journalism has taken its lumps in recent years, mainly from rampant plagiarism scandals that have tried in vain to discredit the rest of us, who are hard-working and honest, who make our living with a clean conscience, and have weathered this ship through the turbulence of the past few years. But at the same time, the media glorifies these alleged villains, giving them even more access to the fame and fortune they so desired, despite working in a vocation where the noblest of writers desire none. Several of these literary desperados inked book deals worth hundreds of thousands of dollars within weeks of their scandals, had movies made about their transgressions, and had more ink spilled on their scandals than most wartime atrocities. You might say we don't have our priorities straight, that we foster this culture, but hopefully once the dirt is uncovered in this sordid mess, we can go back to healing that rift. Those of us who knew Henry Parker can scarcely believe this shocking turn of events. Yet it should come as no great surprise that the evolutionary leap in journalistic crime has finally reached a fatal precedent. We can only hope this tragedy, which has an entire city, nay, a country, up in arms, reaches a swift resolution. We can only blame Henry so much. As the media and the ever-adoring public deifies its journalists, crowning them with the same mantle of celebrity bestowed upon those in other forms of entertainment, it should come as no shock that the crimes inherent in those mediums have cross-pollinated this world. And so I've been forced to ask myself this question, a question that strikes at the very heart and soul of this nation, and the news which serves as its soul. Was this violent, uncaring gene embedded in Henry Parker's DNA from the moment he was born? Or was it this world that drove a good man bad? I let the paper fall from my hand. Suddenly I felt cold, dizzy. Amanda picked up the paper and read Paulina's column. Then she crumpled it up and threw it into the aisle, My head pounded. It took all my strength to hold in the wretched sorrow that filled my chest like a lead balloon. "Don't listen to a word of it," she said. "You know the truth. I know the truth. And soon everyone will." "It's not that," I said, my voice weak. "Things like this don't go away. I worked with Paulina. I don't buy this me against the world BS. She's trying to make a name for herself off this mess, and pretending she's doing something noble. And there's nothing you can do about it right now, so don't waste your energy." "I know," I said. "It's just, this is my life. How can I ever go back there after this?" "We'll find a way," Amanda said. "People need heroes right now. They don't realize that when all this is over, it'll be you, not Paulina." I couldn't help but smile at Amanda. "You have no idea how ridiculous you look," I whispered. "Look who's talking. You know punk went out of style when we were in high school," she said. "I'd be hurt if I didn't know you picked this stuff out." I looked at the spiral notebook peeking out of the fanny pack. "Hey, can I ask you a kind of personal question?" "Of course," she said. Her eyes were dubious. "Why do you write what you do in those notebooks?" Amanda looked at me for a moment, our eyes locking. Then she turned away. "Why do you want to know that?" I paused as an elderly couple inched past, watching us like we were disrupting their peaceful earth just by existing. "When we were at your house," I said, "I went into your room when I thought you were in the shower. I noticed the trunk under your bed and, I don't know, I just couldn't help myself. I read them. I read about all those people you'd met, everything you wrote about them." "You read them," she said, more a statement than a question. I nodded, guilt burning through me like hot coal. I said, "Take curiosity and turn the volume to 11, and that's what's inside me. So I'm sorry, but I need to know." She said nothing, her mind somewhere else. I paused, trying to find the words. I've been around every kind of journalist imaginable, from people who take the most detailed records to people who claim they have a dictaphone in their head, but I've never seen anything like that. Why do you keep records of everyone you meet? Amanda shifted her body, staring out the window, roads passing by so fast. So many miles traveled, none really observed. A single tear escaped her eye. She quickly wiped it away. "My parents died in a car accident when I was 5. One second you have the whole world, the next second the world the way you know it just ceases to exist. Social services moved me from orphanage to orphanage. I was still in shock. You can't really explain death to a 5-year-old, so for years I thought my parents were just on a long vacation. I don't know how many orphanages I bounced around. I lost count after the first 4 or 5. Then when I turned 11, Larry and Harriet Stein adopted me." My mouth opened, but no words came out. Amanda stared out the window. "Most orphans are so happy when they finally find a home, but when I was adopted, it just crushed everything. It was like somebody slapped me in the face and said, 'Hey, your parents aren't coming back.'" "I'm sorry." She didn't seem to hear me. "The whole time I was in those awful places, I watched couples take child after child home with them. My friends disappeared like I'd never even known them. My parents died and nobody wanted me. I was like a girl somebody lost at the bus stop and didn't bother to look for. I couldn't make any friends because in time they all left me." "I don't understand," I said softly. "Why the notebooks?" Amanda sat back, resting her head against the seat. She closed her eyes, and I could almost see the pain rush through her as she conjured up these painful memories. "Nobody wanted me. Nobody stayed in my life." A fat tear streaked down Amanda's cheek. She went to wipe it away, but I gently took her hand, letting the droplet fall. Her eyes were so wide and open, I just wanted to jump in, see everything from the inside. I figured that if eventually everyone left me, I had to do something to make them stay. And since I couldn't physically make them stay, I wanted to remember them. So everywhere I went, I brought along a notebook. Whenever I met anyone, even if it was only for a few seconds, I wrote about them. When my friends left me, I would open a notebook and read about my memories. But the worst part was that over time, I started to judge people based on the littlest things. The way a couple held hands, the way a parent spoke to their child, the way someone held a soup spoon. Every detail was symbolic of an entire life, and for me that was much easier to understand. Amanda turned in her seat until she was facing me fully. "We're pretty similar, me and you," she said. "We both try to see what's beneath the surface, based on what little we can discern from it. Only you dig deeper. Me, I let it go. It's always been easier that way for me. But you cut through the skin." I gripped the armrest as the train shook. Amanda turned back to the window. She had nothing else to say. Underneath the makeup, her eyes remained the same. I didn't know it at the time, but as I searched through Amanda's hidden notebooks, I knew her heart beat to the same rhythm as mine. Perhaps meeting Amanda under different circumstances could have led to something beautiful, sincere. Amanda, studying to become a child advocacy lawyer. She worked to help those who couldn't help themselves, because help wasn't there when she'd needed it, like I wasn't there for Maya. And now Amanda was here for me. I placed my palm in hers. Her skin cooled to the touch. Her fingers closed around mine. Tighter, then tighter still, until our hands were knotted like twine, the bond unbreakable. Her head fell onto my shoulder as I listened to her breathe. Steady. I could almost feel the life coursing through her. "Where are we?" Amanda asked wearily. I checked my watch. "We should be at Penn Station in less than 2 hours," I said. "Thank God," Amanda said, letting out a deep breath. "I need a massage and a painkiller stat. We need to get that leg of yours to a doctor. I think I saw an unwrapped Tylenol under my seat cushion. You're on your own with a massage." "Thanks. You're quite the gentleman." Suddenly there was a horrible screaming of metal, and I was thrown forward in my seat. Dozens of suitcases toppled onto the floor around us. I heard the squeal of grinding gears. My soda can fell onto the floor, spilling fizzy brown liquid everywhere. People standing in the aisles flailed for balance as the train jerked back and forth. The high-pitched shriek of metal on metal rang out like fingernails on a blackboard, then filtered through the world's loudest bullhorn. I jammed my hands over my ears and pressed my body against Amanda's, holding her. Then the realization hit me like a hammer to the gut. The train was slowing down. When we finally ground to a halt, I looked out the window. My heart pumped like mad. My mouth dried up. There was no station outside, no platform to exit onto, no passengers waiting to embark. All I could see was a dusty road alongside the train tracks and a highway off in the distance. We were trapped. A static-filled crackle broke through the passengers' groans, and then a voice came over the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We've just been informed by the Manhattan Transit Authority that they've received notice of a possible disturbance on this train. Amtrak staff will be coming through the aisles. Please have both your ticket stubs ready, as well as picture identification. We apologize for the inconvenience and will be underway as soon as this issue is resolved. Thank you for your patience and understanding." The microphone clicked off. Cold sweat trickled down my back. In layman terms, there was a situation on the train. In real-life terms, we were in huge fucking trouble if we didn't get the hell off of it. I stood up, located the exits at either end of the car. I took Amanda's hand and we headed for the nearest exit. Just as we approached the door, a conductor appeared through the window. He was in the adjoining car checking tickets and identification. He looked none too pleased to be doing it. Amanda tugged my arm. "Henry, what do we do?" I turned around. The other exit looked clear. I looked out the window, saw that the train tracks ran parallel to a line of trees 50 yards away. Through the tree line I could see cars speeding down a highway. "There," I whispered. "The highway." Amanda looked at me like I'd just given birth. "How the hell?" "Come on," I said, pulling her to her feet. "Just act sick." When the conductor entered our car, I ran toward him, my arms and nose chain flapping wildly. Passengers stared at us as they waited with tickets and IDs in hand. I snapped my fingers and yelled, "Hey, you, Mr. Ticket Taker person. My girlfriend's sick. She's gonna puke all over your crappy blue leather seats if you don't do something right quick." "Henry," Amanda breathed. "What are you—" "Start retching," I said from the corner of my mouth. No sooner had I said it than a low guttural moan came from her lips, followed by a thick hacking cough. I felt warm spittle hit my cheek. The girl was good. The conductor apologized to the passengers as he wedged his way down the aisle. Amanda, who I was now convinced should have studied at Juilliard, threw her arm over my shoulder and feigned collapsing. I held her up with visible difficulty. "What's going on?" the conductor asked, his face a mixture of disgust and concern. Disgust, I imagined, with our appearance. Concern because Amanda genuinely looked like she was ready to vomit all over the old lady in the next seat. "Girlfriend's gonna puke, stupid. You want to get it all over your nice train?" "God damn it," he said, wiping his brow with a fleshy hand. "Can't you just take her to the restroom?" "Toilet's clogged. The shit all over the seat." "There's another bathroom 2 cars down." On cue, Amanda covered her mouth and burped. "Don't think she's gonna make it, my man." The conductor took off his cap, ran a hand through his thinning hair. A woman seated a few rows down yelled, "Hey, let's get a move on!" "What do you suggest I do?" the conductor asked, his patience wearing thin. I replied, "Just give us a minute for some fresh air, to let her clear out the mucus and phlegm and bile, you know? We'll be back in no time, I promise. And Mrs. Crabapple here won't have to worry about her getting her hair mussed. I'm not supposed to let passengers off unless we're stopped at a station." Again, like the world's finest clairvoyant, Amanda leaned over and let a thin string of saliva drip from her mouth to the floor. The conductor watched in horror. "That's just revolting," said the old woman in the next row. "Please, get this creature away from my seat." The conductor cursed under his breath. "Come on." He gestured for us to follow him. Amanda limped like she'd been shot in both kneecaps. He led us to the entryway. The conductor, perhaps having one final doubt, looked back at us. Fortunately, Amanda's trail of saliva was now several feet long. That was all the convincing he needed. He grabbed a small black handle and pulled it down. There was a loud fizz, like a freshly popped soda can, and the doors retracted. Amanda sighed. "Air, sweet air." "You have 5 minutes," the conductor said. "After that, I'm not making any promises." "Gotcha, Chief. Let's go, honey. I knew you shouldn't have eaten all that bacon before going to the rave." We stumbled down the steps, and I led Amanda to a patch of dry grass 20 yards from the train. As she leaned over, I caught the conductor going back inside. I waited until he was out of sight, and said, "Now." We bolted toward the cover of the tree line and the expansive stretch of gray highway behind it. A bolt of pain shot down my leg with each step, but there was no time to look back, no time to make sure we hadn't been seen. Then we were in the trees, ripping past branches, hiding behind a pair of large oaks. A soft wind poured down on us as we caught our breath. I peeked out from behind the tree, saw the blue brim of a conductor's hat scanning the area. Then the conductor retreated inside and the door closed behind him. As we began walking toward the highway, I heard the screeching of metal behind us, then an air-shattering horn. When I turned back, the train was pulling away. I looked at Amanda, sweat dotting her forehead. "You did real good, kid." I brushed a strand of brown hair from her face, feeling her soft skin beneath my finger. She smiled, and I knew she felt it too. "You did real good." "Thanks." She was flushed a deep red from the exertion, and maybe because she was blushing. "So how far are we from the city?" "My guess, I looked back at Amanda. "Henry," she said, "please." The knob turned, but when I pushed, I felt resistance from inside. Something was blocking the door. There was just enough room to peek my head in. Craning my neck, I peered through the tiny slat. When I saw what the obstacle was, it took all I had not to vomit. A shoe was propped against the door. The shoe was connected to a leg. The leg was connected to a man, fully clothed, his head covered in matted blood, sitting atop the toilet. It was Hans Gustafsson, and he was very dead. There was a large gash by his right temple, and his skull looked deformed, almost misshapen, like a lump of clay hit with a baseball bat. The blood spattered by the front door. Hans had been brained there, his head smacking off the wall, but it hadn't killed him, at least not right away. Somehow he'd managed to perch himself on the toilet. Very Elvis of him. I held my breath, feeling my stomach churn, and gently moved his leg, now captured by the prison of rigor mortis, out of the way. His body shifted. I stopped pushing, made sure he stayed balanced on his death throne. Then, without warning, Gustafsson's body slipped off the toilet and went crashing to the ground. His maimed head smacked wetly off the tiling. I bit my fist to stop from screaming as his dead eyes stared at me from the floor, his body horribly contorted. I closed my eyes, stepped back, felt faint. I'd seen a body once before, visiting the medical examiner's office back in Bend for a story I was writing. I'd felt like throwing up then, too. The ME, a surprisingly young and attractive woman named Grace, had laughed. "Don't think of it as a person," she'd said. "All it is a husk, like a snail shell. The soul is gone." That helped a little, but not much. I gently opened the door. "Easy, Henry. He's just a shell, like a steak with eyes." I looked over the prone body. Gustafsson had been an amateur bodybuilder as well as photographer, always snapped at high society events with tree-trunk arms wrapped around the supermodel of the moment. I could tell from the acne scars on his cheeks and thinning hair that he'd recently been resorting to chemical enhancers. Very Barry Bonds of him. Hans Gustafsson was once one of the foremost chroniclers of the human experience, and now here he was, dead in his bathroom. And for what? I looked at the gaping wound by his temple, the death blow. Pushing the horror of the situation away, I focused on the facts, tried to distance myself. Strangely, the medicine cabinet was untouched, the only part of the house that didn't look like it had been ransacked. It could only mean that either the killer had found what he was looking for, or the item was too big to fit inside such a small space. But the question remained, why would a gravely wounded man come here to die? "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!" Amanda was standing outside the bathroom, her hand covering her mouth and nose. "Is he—" "Yeah," I said. "He's been dead a while." "It's like nobody even noticed," she said, her voice remorseful, distancing herself from the crime and focusing on the facts, just like I had. This allowed you to see the story from a more comprehensive angle, and was a byproduct of journalism. Right now, it was all I had to keep myself from breaking down. "But why would he come here?" she added. "Well, when you gotta go, you gotta—" I left the joke unfinished. This wasn't the time. "If you're dying," Amanda said, "and your world is about to end, there has to be a reason to come here, if not for help. There's no phone. It's like he was checking up on something. Maybe he knew whoever attacked him hadn't searched the bathroom. Think about it. You're lying on the floor. Some guy's just bashed you with a big hunk of metal. You're lying there dying and he's tearing your home apart. What could be so important that you'd ignore medical help to find it?" "The package," Amanda said. "What DeForio and that man in black wanted. Maybe that's what was so important. Maybe that's what the killer missed. You think that maniac who found us in St. Louis did this?" "Maybe. It would make sense, but I honestly don't know." The package. The reason John Fredrickson had assaulted the Guzmans. What the newspapers assumed I'd stolen. What a stranger was trying to kill me for. What the cops thought I was hiding. Gustafson had it, and whoever killed him failed to find it. But one thing was for certain. It was here in the bathroom with us. Amanda looked at me, and suddenly she reached forward and wrenched open the porcelain top to the toilet. We gazed inside. Nothing but water, levers, and rust. She replaced the top. "So where?" she said, thinking aloud. I maneuvered around Gustafson's body and opened the cabinet beneath the sink. Nothing but Rogaine, unidentifiable pill boxes, and an unopened pack of condoms. The medicine cabinet was stocked with hair gel, cologne, and shaving gear, but nothing to arouse suspicion. I stepped back and surveyed the bathroom. There had to be something. My eyes went to the ceiling, looking for a fake smoke detector or anything. I kicked over the hamper, sifted through a pile of dirty clothes with my shoe. Nothing. Amanda checked behind the toilet, as I silently gave her credit for being brave enough to do so. She came up, her eyes defeated. "There's nothing here," she said. "Maybe Hans did just come here to die on the toilet. He knew he'd thrown his life in the shitter, and that's where he wanted it to end." "No," I said, still searching. "There has to be something." Then I looked at the bathtub and saw it. Tiny chips of blue paint were sprinkled by the drain. As I looked closer, tiny cracks emerged in the tiling, invisible if you weren't looking for them. Slowly I brought my hands up to grip the hot and cold knobs. I turned them. No water came out. Amanda's eyes went wide. I turned around, looked at her, nodded. I yanked both knobs as hard as I could. There was a terrible crunching sound as the knobs tore away from the wall, spraying blue paint and dust everywhere. Tiling cascaded down into the bathtub as the room filled up with steam and dust. Coughing, I waved the detritus away and peered into the 2-foot-wide, 6-inch-high hole I'd created. Inside was a thick manila envelope sealed inside a plastic bag. "Is that—" she said. "Be some coincidence," I said. "Now let's see what all the fuss is about." Chapter 37. After freeing the plastic sheaf from the wall, I carried it into the living room. The small Edgewood dining room table had been wiped clean during the break-in, candlesticks bent and twisted, and dinnerware shattered. I blocked Gustafson's body from my mind, ignoring the dried blood, the acrid smell. I would have preferred to examine our finding anywhere but a dead man's apartment, but we had nowhere to go. Time was running out, each second bringing an increased sense of dread. When was the last shoe going to drop? Our last free seconds melting away? This envelope held the answers to so many questions. A lot of people were willing to kill for this, and I had no doubt that what happened to Hans Gustafson could happen to me as well. I placed the package on the table, my breathing long and slow. I gently slipped my fingers inside, finally touched what people had died for, had killed for. I ran my hand along the envelope's grainy surface, still sharp, untouched by the elements. It was fastened with a red drawstring. Unwinding the twine, I took a deep breath and opened the envelope. A binder slid out onto the table. The cover was shiny and black. I ran my hand over its smooth surface. Silence drummed in my ears as I slowly lifted the cover to see what lay inside. There was a photo of 2 men mounted on the first page, and an index card pasted below it with 2 names written in thick ink. The photo looked at least 20 years old. Both men were wearing overcoats, and they looked like they didn't want anyone else to know they were meeting. Detective Lieutenant Harvey N. Pennick, Jimmy 8-Ball Rizzoli. I turned the page. Another photo, another index card, another detective, another guy with a cliched nickname. I flipped the pages. More photos, more cards, more cops, more crooks. The book was full of them. Immediately it dawned on me. I knew what the connection was. The revelation made my head swim. I knew how Hans Gustafson was connected to Michael DeForio, what John Fredrickson had been looking for at the Guzman's house, that many more lives were at stake than just mine and Amanda's, that I'd stumbled onto something big, something huge, and oh God, there was a whole lot more at stake than my insignificant life. Within these pages were images that could ruin a city, or control it. Fear rushed through my veins like a bad drug, seizing hold of my body. I stood up to compose myself. I felt dizzy, unbalanced, whispering under my breath, "Oh God, oh Jesus, oh shit, oh fuck." Amanda was staring at me. She was looking at the last page, the page I'd stomped on, the page that tied it all together. "Is that?" she said, her voice trembling like she was walking a tightrope thousands of feet above ground. "Are those?" "Yes," I said weakly. "That's Officer John Fredrickson and Angelo Pinheiro." Inside this album were pasted hundreds of photos, policemen, politicians, government officials, all captured by the steady eye of Hans Gustafsson. The negatives were neatly tucked away in the back for safekeeping. In some photos they were taking money, in others they were buying or selling drugs. Some were having sex with women. Some were having sex with men. All their faces were clear as day. The subjects were all unaware, taking bribes. Some men seemed to be playing to the camera. They knew about Hans taking their picture from the shadows. Some photos looked 20 years old, some as fresh as the moonlight streaming through the window. Some cops were in uniform and some were in plainclothes, easily distinguishable from their posture and countenance that they knew what they were doing was so wrong. The patsy's name was written on the index card, first and last, middle initial, rank, their office. Also listed were their associates, the men or women they were photographed with. I recognized many of them. I recognized the name Angelo Pinheiro, Blanket, the right hand of Lucifer. Oh God. Some of the faces looked sad, remorseful, faces that once held dreams of nobility but had since been reduced to this. Some were happy, jovial, looking like they'd known their associates for years, unrepentant for their crimes or disillusioned to the point of apathy. "Jesus," Amanda said. "I hope he hears you," I said, "because nobody else seems to." We flipped through the entire book, an encyclopedia of corruption spanning a generation, and on the very last page, staring back at us, was John Fredrickson. He looked weary, haggard. He held a wad of cash in his palm. Officer John Fredrickson, the man who died at my hands, the man I was being hunted for, I'd given up my life for. I closed my eyes and replayed that fateful night in my mind, the deafening gunshot that ended one life and changed the course of another. This binder was supposed to find its way to Luis Guzman. It was what John Fredrickson had nearly beaten 3 people to death for. Luis Guzman was the courier for John Fredrickson. Fredrickson was working for Michael DeForio, the hired muscle, cop muscle, the strongest kind. DeForio had the goods on Fredrickson and was using him to deliver the very photos that possessed his soul. But after all that, there was still an unanswered question. Who killed Hans Gustafsson? It couldn't have been DeForio. According to the newspapers, I'd stolen the package and the maniac in black seemed to think this as well. Assuming the assassin had been hired by DeForio, there would be no sense in him killing Hans before receiving the photos. No, Gustafsson was killed by someone working outside of Michael DeForio's jurisdiction. Someone who knew about the photos and wanted them for him or herself. Someone who'd clearly left empty-handed and was still looking. But as I stood there looking at the photos, another realization came to me. Within this binder was the opportunity to reclaim my life. John Fredrickson had set me on an unalterable course to hell, but this album held my salvation. These photos were the story of a lifetime, a generation of corruption captured on film. This could bring down the entire criminal justice system. It could restart my career, put it back on the path I thought had been destroyed. Here it was, perhaps the greatest story I could ever hope to uncover. The story I'd longed to write for years, sitting in front of me in literal black and white. Here was a network of corruption whose capillaries reached far and wide, whose tainted blood carried venom to all parts of the city, and spanned decades. This was my Watergate, my Abu Ghraib. "What do we do with this?" Amanda asked. "Bring it to the cops? Burn it?" "No," I said, my voice monotone. I need to use it. Use it how? This is my story. I turned to Amanda, my eyes desperately wide, hoping she'd understand the incredible opportunity in front of me. What do you mean, your story, Henry? I don't understand. Amanda, I said, gently taking her hands in mine, feeling the strong pulse in her wrists. This album, everything inside it, this could make my career right again. If I went to the Gazette with this story, I'd be a page one writer in no time. This is the kind of moment careers are built on. Reporters can go an entire lifetime and not find anything close to this. I can't pass it up. Amanda pulled her hands away, crossed them on her chest. I don't know, Henry. It doesn't seem right. This could single-handedly destroy the NYPD. If you write about this, it could bring down the city. Think about it. There are thousands and thousands of cops and lawmen in New York who risk their lives every day. We have pictures of probably 20 guys who are still on active duty. You'd risk everything they work and die for just for a story? You don't understand, I said. Sometimes you only get one chance, one moment to make a difference. If I don't take this, I don't know if it will ever happen again. Don't you see? I pleaded. Don't you see what this could mean for my life? I have nothing right now. I have no name, no hope, and my future is fucked. This could bring it all back. I can expose the truth and make up for everything that's happened. And then what? Amanda said, her back ramrod straight, her eyes slicing through me. You make your name. Congratulations, Henry Parker. Then what happens to the millions of people who lose faith because you want to make your name? The thousands of cops who have to answer for the few who went bad? You're thinking how it will affect you, and that's selfish. You want to be a great reporter? You need to remember that the story isn't about you. Please, this is everything I've ever dreamed of. To make a difference, to change lives. I thumped my hand on the binder, felt the shockwave rattle through my body. This book could do that. Whose life will it change besides yours? Amanda yelled. Whose? These cops? It'll ruin them. The people? Do you really think losing faith in their protectors, most of it completely unwarranted, will make their lives better? I don't know, I whispered. But I can't just pass this up. Yes, you can, she said. Why did you want to become a reporter in the first place? Really, why? To help people, I said. To tell the truth about what needed to be told. To give people what they deserve to know. Amanda's voice grew soft as a tear landed softly on the table. Surprisingly, it had come from me. You can help people, she said. You can help them by making things right. Not just for yourself. That door opens for everyone, Henry. But this isn't your time. I know you're innocent. I know you have a good heart. So use it. Make things right for these people. Help them. Then help yourself. Her eyes found mine. I cursed the cold book beneath my hand. Cursed that my life had been altered. That this small folder had the power to change and end many other lives as well. And now I was questioning something I never thought I would. Every moment I hesitated, that door would be closing. All I had to do was prop it open. But I couldn't. You're right, I said. There has to be another way. I slid the album back into the envelope and sealed it. But right now, we need to leave. She threw her arms around me. I had no energy to hug her back. Now the front door, I'll happily walk through. I gathered up the package. But as we left the apartment, a deep male voice called out from the stairwell. We froze. Hello? Amanda grabbed my arm, whispered, Henry? Again. Hello? I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Neither of us reacted. We couldn't let anyone see us. We had to hide. Putting my finger to my lips, I ushered Amanda back inside Gustafson's apartment. I went to push the front door closed, but something stopped it. A hand. Someone was standing right outside the door. I heard a noise. Is something broken? The man pushed harder. There was nothing I could do. The door swung open. A Hispanic man wearing paint-splattered overalls stood in the doorway. One word flashed through my head. Superintendent. He glanced down at the floor, covered in dark brown pools. He saw my hands, the residue of blood from when I'd fallen. He looked up at me, his mouth agape, horror in his eyes. He backed away, arms outstretched, pleading. "It's not what you think," I said, realizing every criminal in history probably said that. Suddenly the man turned and bolted down the stairs. "Help! Policia! Somebody's been killed!" "Oh, fuck." I turned to Amanda. "Come on, there must be a fire escape." We sprinted through the apartment, time again being sliced maliciously thin. There was no fire escape in the living room, and no windows in the bathroom. We hurried into Gustafson's bedroom, where we found a metal stairwell outside the window, a mesh screen covering it. I braced my leg against the wall, pain shooting through it, and yanked open the screen. We clambered onto the fire escape, towering 40 or 50 feet above the alley below us. Carefully we wound our way down, gripping the rusty metal guardrails for dear life. Down a flight of stairs, across the metal floor. Repeat. A siren wailed in the distance. Within minutes I'd have another murder pinned to my chest. The Scarlet M. My hole was growing deeper, the dirt walls caving in. We scrambled to the bottom platform where a ladder dangled like a piece of spaghetti. There was a pile of black garbage bags below us, and beneath that, cement. Even the bottom of the ladder was a good 15 feet from the ground. "You go first," Amanda said. I smiled back at her. And who said chivalry was dead? I handed her the album and wiped my sweaty hands on my shirt. Gripping the metal tight, I made my way down the ladder, hand over hand, keeping my feet even and balanced. When I reached the bottom rung, I stopped. I didn't want to land amidst the garbage bags, which were covered with broken bottles. I leaned to my right, then exploded off with my left foot, jumping at an angle and landing just beyond the bags. My knees buckled as I hit the ground, my palms scraping the cement, tearing the skin from it. Wincing, I gave Amanda a thumbs up. I grabbed several garbage bags and tossed them off the pile, clearing a small landing area. She gently tossed the album to me. I set the book aside and positioned myself directly under the ladder. I cupped my arms. "Your turn," I shouted. Hesitant, a twinge of fear in her eyes, Amanda climbed to the bottom of the ladder. "You sure you can catch me?" she said. "As long as you don't weigh more than 80 pounds, no problem." "I'll shove an 80-pound foot up your ass if one toe touches the ground." "Fair enough." Amanda closed her eyes and let go. She tumbled through the air, a shrill scream escaping her lips. Then she was in my arms, her hands locked around my neck. I lowered her down, and she slowly opened her eyes. "You weigh a bit more than 80 pounds, I said. She jabbed me in the ribs, then gave me a gentle squeeze, and said thanks. I nodded, stared into her eyes. Then the sirens broke through our embrace, shattering the moment of peace. We jogged toward the end of the alley, then headed south on Amsterdam. We hopped on the 81st Street crosstown bus, used the transfer still good from the subway, and shielded our faces behind a discarded copy of The Onion. Headline, Journalist Changes Name to Hieroglyphic Symbol. From the corner of my eye I saw a police car speed down the block and make a sharp right into the alley we'd just come from. I exhaled and pointed it out to Amanda. She took my hand, squeezed my fingers until they hurt. We got off at the last stop, 80th Street and East End Avenue. The steel blanket of night had descended. The East River was dark, the moon glimmering off the water like silver beads. A warm breeze blew through my hair as I breathed it all in. On any other night, the city's beauty would have been a moment to savor, but tonight it felt like a tomb. This neighborhood was unfamiliar. Rows of expensive Upper East Side apartments ran down one side of the block. Trees with knee-high guardrails and doormen with constable caps opened the door for fashionably dressed tenants and their fashionably dressed dogs. On the other side of the street, as though exported from another, less affluent universe, sat a squat tenement that looked completely abandoned. Windows were boarded up, bricks covered in graffiti and slime. Old wheelless bicycles were chained to a fence. A gate opened up to a small path leading up to the building's entrance. "So what now?" Amanda asked. She'd wrapped her arms around her delicate body, looking at me for a sign of hope. I held the album under my arm, feeling the plastic edge biting my skin, unsure of what to say, what to do. John Fredrickson. I knew he worked for Michael DeForio. He wasn't just in the neighborhood 3 days ago, like Louise had said. He'd gone to the Guzmans with a purpose, to retrieve this album and deliver it to Michael DeForio. With these photos, DeForio had New York in a vice. Releasing the photos would damage the city beyond repair, and losing them wasn't an option he'd want to consider. And yet, somehow, there had to be a way to use the album, some way to set us free, turn evil into good. Again, I tried to distance myself, cast away all emotion, look at it like a journalist. Like a magic trick, a great story was one where you showed all the facts, but gave away none of the secrets behind them. You offered the audience what they needed to see, wanted to hear, and nothing else. There were two groups of people out there, those who wanted me dead, and those who wanted this binder and then wanted me dead. The trick was giving them both what they needed, yet making them want only what I offered. It had to end tonight. I had no energy left, nothing else to offer Amanda in the way of solace. I was tired, cold, hungry, and finally had been given a small foothold that might support my weight. I looked at the large brownstone in front of us. So strange in this neighborhood, like one rotten head of lettuce in a well-cultivated garden, like Henry Parker in New York. "This has to end," I said to Amanda. Her head dipped, her eyes coming up to meet mine. She leaned into me, and I wrapped my arms around her thin waist, pulling her close. God, I just wanted to breathe her in, hold her near me, think of nothing else but her. Amanda's breath was warm on my cheek. I inhaled it, closed my eyes, pressed myself against her skin. When I opened them, her head was on my chest. I stroked her hair and kissed her forehead. Everything will be all right. Then she tilted her face upwards, her lips parting slightly. I leaned down and pressed my lips to hers, felt her push back. Soft and inviting. We both gave in. The hurt and pain being sucked away. For a few seconds, we were the only people in the world, and I completely lost myself in Amanda Davies. And when we finally separated, Amanda's head falling back onto my chest, I knew it was more intimate than anything I'd ever experienced. If only it were on another night, in a different world. Then I stepped back, opened the photo album. "I need to finish this," I said. She nodded. She was crying. "I want to help." "No. This is my responsibility now, and mine alone. I don't know what's going to happen or how it's going to end, but you can't be a part of it. You've already done too much. I can't bear the thought of endangering you anymore." "Please," Amanda said, tears streaking down her cheeks. She put her hand on my face, her light touch sending shivers through my body. I bit my lip, warmth spreading through me. "Henry, I'm a part of this. Like it or not. Let me help you." I shook my head. Then I opened up the binder and removed the photo negatives. I handed them to Amanda. She took them, confused. "If anything happens to me, give these to Jack O'Donnell. Tell him everything. He'll know what to do." "I don't understand. Why can't I help you?" "You already have. As much as possible. More than I ever would have expected from anyone. I can't let you do any more." Amanda nodded, bit her lip. "What about you?" she asked. I smiled faintly, stroked her cheek gently. "Trust me," I said. "I'll think of something." Chapter 38. The plane touched down a few minutes after 2 a.m. Joe Mauser made his way unsteadily down the narrow stairs, still feeling the effects of the seemingly endless blast of turbulence the jet had hit half an hour in. He closed his eyes, thought about the millions of tiny lights scattered over the New York landscape. Soon he'd be back into the heart of New York, and hopefully Henry Parker would be ready to have his heart ripped out. Fighting back nausea, Joe saw Chief Louis Carruthers standing on the tarmac, 2 steaming cups of coffee in hand. "Agent Mauser," Louis said, offering up the Java. "Agent Denton." "Lou," Joe said. The men shook hands, a solemn gesture. Sipping the coffee, Mauser grimaced. Louis must have poured an entire dairy farm into the cup. Damn thing tasted more like milk than coffee. As they walked toward the Crown Victoria parked in a lot near the hangar, Mauser's cell phone chirped. He took it out, found his voicemail icon blinking. He must have missed the calls while in the air. He checked the call log and felt his heart drop. 6 calls from Linda. She'd left 3 messages. Joe didn't have the heart to listen to any of them. He pictured his sister at home, waiting for good news, a sign that her husband's death wouldn't go unpunished. But right now he couldn't give her that hope, and it was eating at him like acid through a drainpipe. "Fredrickson's widow?" Denton asked. Joe could only nod. "So fucking hard on her," Mauser said. "I wish we had something. If I could, I'd string that fuck Parker up by his thumbs and give her a key to the room. I just want this kid so bad." "You'll get him, Joe. It's almost over," Louis said. "We've got the city locked up tighter than my sister on prom night. If he's here, he's not going anywhere." "You know how many fucking black holes there are in this city?" Mauser seethed, forcing another swallow of the so-called coffee down his throat. He felt the caffeine settle right into his bloodstream, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. "You know how easy it is to disappear? Parker's not stupid, but he only needs to fuck up once, use a credit card, make a telephone call, cross the street at a red light. Anything." Just then another officer, this one young enough to look like Denton's son, came running up. He held a clipboard and a walkie-talkie in his hand and spoke like the world would end if he didn't get out 100 words a minute. "Slow down," Mauser said. "I missed the first, middle, and last thing you said." "Sorry, sir," the kid said, grinning from ear to ear. "But we got him." "Parker?" Joe's stomach dropped. The kid nodded, then smiled at Chief Carruthers. Goddamn police force being overrun by guys who looked like they weren't physiologically old enough to even have children. "How?" "Telephone call, Agent Mauser. Parker used a payphone and charged it to the same calling card we got him with before." Joe smiled, nudged Denton. "Who did he call?" Denton asked. The kid looked at his clipboard. Static came over the radio. Mauser couldn't understand a word of it, but the kid clicked a button and responded. 10-4. "Parker called his parents in Bend, Oregon," he said. "We traced his call to a payphone on East 80th Street, by the river. It was placed 9 minutes ago." "About goddamn time we had a break," Mauser said. "You have a tape of the call?" "Absolutely." "I want to hear it," Mauser said, making a beeline for the Crown Vic. "Lou, have them patch the recording through to my cell phone. I want to hear Parker's voice. I want to hear the phone call." "Done. You heard him," Carruthers said. The young officer clicked the radio again. Dispatch, can you patch through the Henry Parker call to Agent Mauser's cell phone?" Joe gave him the number. Denton stood there chewing gum, his hands fidgeting. Mauser nodded slightly, acknowledging Denton. It would be over soon. Finally the rat had nowhere else to run. "Take care, Joe," Louis said. "Be careful." Mauser clapped his friend's shoulder. Then he and Denton hurried to the car. Denton got into the driver's seat, Mauser holding the phone, awaiting the call. He held the door open and yelled to the officer who delivered the message. "Hey, kid, any way you can hook me up with a speaker to connect to the phone?" The kid gave a thumbs up and sprinted over to a van parked on the edge of the tarmac. A minute later he reappeared with a small black speaker. He took Joe's cell phone and made sure the connection fit. He pressed a few buttons and Mauser heard a dial tone ring loud and clear. He thanked the kid and closed the door. They took the Grand Central Parkway exit, and a minute later Mauser's cell phone rang. Joe picked up the speaker, nodded to Denton. "Let's see what our boy has to say." Merging onto the highway, Mauser caught Denton readjusting his pants quite voraciously. "You got crabs in there or something?" Joe asked. "Just riding up on me a bit." Mauser nodded and pressed the send button. "This is Mauser." "Agent Mauser, this is Officer Pratt at dispatch. I'm going to patch Henry Parker's call through." "We're waiting." Joe felt sweat beading on his palms. He gripped the armrest, his hands slippery. Denton remained surprisingly calm. Mauser could practically feel Parker's neck in his hands, choking the life out of him. There were several loud clicks, and then they heard a raspy male voice. The owner sounded like he'd spent too many years with his best friends, Marlborough and Cutty Sark. "Yeah, hello?" the voice said. "Dad?" It was Parker. Mauser would recognize that voice through a thunderstorm. The other man was Henry's father. "Who's this? Henry? That you?" "It's me, Dad." "Fucking hell. Haven't heard your voice in a while. Cops called here a few times. Idiots thought I might actually know where you were. You in trouble, boy?" "I guess you could say I'm in a bit of trouble. You know, I spoke to Mom last Monday. I asked how you were. She said you went out that night. Not like you to go out. Got me a bowling league now, every Monday. Boys call me the anchor man 'cause I always pick up where their sorry asses fall down. Glad to hear you're getting some exercise." "Yeah, right," Parker Sr. said. "So why are you calling, Henry? I told you I got no money to just hand out. Why are these cops calling me? Do you owe money?" "No, I don't need money or owe anybody, Dad. I have a job. A good one. The one I wanted at the newspaper, the Gazette." "That right. Someone actually hired you." Henry's father laughed derisively. "I've worked hard, Dad. A lot harder than you ever did." "Whatever. So why are you calling so late? It's almost midnight, for Christ's sakes." A moment of silence. Mauser feared the connection had been lost, but then he heard a choking sound come through the line. He looked over at Denton, who seemed unmoved. Mauser settled back and listened. Henry said, "I just want you to know, I don't hold anything against you, for the way you were when I was growing up." Henry's voice trembled, but it remained strong. "I'm not mad. In fact, I want to thank you for making me stronger." "The hell you're talking about, boy? You sound crazy." "You know, it's funny how you remember things sometimes. I can remember almost every word you said to me. Trust me, there weren't many. How you always told me I wouldn't amount to anything because nobody in our family ever did. How the night of my high school graduation you told me I'd be better off moving away because I'd only bring you and Mom misery." "I never said that," the elder Parker said, but his voice was unconvincing. "It doesn't matter now," Henry continued, "because I wanted to thank you. I was able to take all that negative shit you lumped on me and turn it into something good. I used you, Dad. I fucking used your hate as my fuel." "What's your goddamn point?" Parker Sr. rasped. "Did you just call it a bitch and complain? I'm too tired to deal with that, and I get enough already from your mother." "No, that's not why I called. I wanted to let you and Mom know that I'm in trouble. Serious trouble, and I don't know if I'll be able to get out of it. People think I did something that I didn't. Something terrible. But I don't want your help. At least not in the way you'd think." "So what do you want, Henry? I told you I ain't giving you no money." There was a pause. Mauser waited, fingernails grinding into his skin. "I want you to hate me," Henry said softly. "I want to hear that poison from your mouth again. I want your hateful bones to say everything you've said over the years, because I'm tired too, Dad, and I need something to keep me going. I need to know that it'll be worth it to dig myself out of this hole. I want you to lay it on me, no holds barred, no punches pulled, because that's all you're worth to me now." "You want me to say I hate you?" Henry's father said. "Fine. I hate you. You've ruined my life. I had to work my skin to dust to pay for our family. We've had to wait on you hand and foot since you were a damn baby, and what have I gotten in return? Worries and misery. That's all. Keep going, Henry said softly. I had to give up the life I wanted when you were born. You think that's fun? I never had a say. You think when your mother was pregnant, she said, "Honey, are you sure you want a baby?" No. She never said shit. 9 months later, out you came, and nothing's been the same since. More, Henry said, his voice stronger now. Mauser felt the venom in the older man's voice, reverberating through the speaker. Such hatred, almost unfathomable for one's child, even one on his way to hell. That's all you're getting, Henry. I'm tired, and you're keeping me awake. What else do you want? Nothing, Dad. That's all I wanted. Henry paused. But in case you or Mom or anyone else is interested, I'm in New York. New York, huh? Yeah, the big city. In fact, I'm inside a building right now, on 80th Street and East End. Big brown thing. Looks abandoned. I'm on the 3rd floor. They gutted the apartment, so the space is open. I'm just sitting here. The view of the water is really stunning. I'm glad I came here, Dad, because this is something I would have never gotten the chance to see if I let my genetics decide my fate. Well, that's just marvelous, Henry's father said, sarcasm dripping. Yeah, it is. Anyway, there's this thing everyone thinks I stole. Well, I didn't steal it, but I did find it. I'm looking at it right now, and I can understand why people want it. And if anyone wants it, they'd know where I am. Don't hold your breath waiting for me. I won't, Dad. I won't. Mauser heard a click, and then a dial tone. Jesus, Denton said. Kid just told us where he is. Mauser scratched his chin. Could be a trap, Denton said. Kid might be waiting with an AK or something. Shit, and he has the package of drugs he stole from the Guzmans. Mauser looked at him. They both knew the improbability of Parker being armed. Denton patted down his pants, again quite vigorously. They're really driving you nuts, huh? Mauser said. You have no idea. They took the FDR exit, threading past motorists doing the speed limit. It was after midnight and the streets of New York were still packed. Unbelievable. They got off at 96th Street, turned left, and headed toward East End Avenue. Mauser could see what Parker was talking about. The river looked absolutely beautiful. Dark blue, the surface glittering like $1 million silver dollars were resting at the bottom. A cold fear ran through Mauser's body, but he couldn't quite place it. The hunt was almost over. John's death so close to being avenged, Parker was waiting for them, the taste sour like metal in his mouth. I don't want the NYPD there until we've had our shot, Mauser said. I want a 15-minute lead time. Call Lewis. Tell them we need backup at 14:30. That'll give us some time. I don't want Parker in custody until we've seen him first. They're not going to want to wait, Joe. They want blood as bad as you do. Tell Carruthers he doesn't have a fucking choice, Mauser spat. It'll only do so much good, Denton said. They'll come whether we tell them to or not. This is NYPD jurisdiction now. Lewis is keeping us in the loop. So step on the goddamn gas and get us there faster. You got it, Joe. Denton dialed in the order. He heard Lewis's voice accommodating. Denton clicked the phone off. We have 15 minutes. They'll have a small army ready at 2:30, but not a moment sooner. Lou understood. Said if he were you, he'd ask for 15 minutes too. Minutes, Mauser thought, were unnecessary. 1 moment was all he needed. The car accelerated, the headlights blurring into one long illuminated strand. He looked at Denton, who smiled, spoke earnestly. Hey, I want my shot too, Joe. He grinned. Getting Parker could be my big break. Mauser nodded as the car sped into the night, leaving only a cloud of exhaust in its wake. Chapter 39. Angelo Blanket Pinheiro admired the room, one of the few times in recent memory he'd had time to fully soak it in. He listened closely when their man made contact, but he soon found his mind wandering. He scanned the gorgeous oil portraits of Michael's family that lined the cherry-red walls, the lineage dating back multiple generations. There was something romantic about them, and Blanket hoped one day he'd be remembered like that, having lived a life worthy of such a painting. Surely he was on his way. With its high windows, marble columns, and authentic Persian rugs, Michael DeForio's penthouse was truly a museum of modern art. Blanket watched the man himself, sitting in his Salerno leather chair, eyes staring up at the ceiling as if waiting for divine intervention. The voices over the phone were full of static, barely understandable. When the line went dead, Blanket waited for Michael's response. He received only silence. "You hear all that, Mike?" Blanket could almost see the gears turning in Michael DeForio's head. No doubt the police would be at the scene in mere minutes. Forget the fact that the goddamn loose cannon Barnes was nowhere to be found. Blanket knew Barnes as well as a man could know a ghost. The killer was a thoroughbred, unstoppable, and a hugely valuable asset when his blinders were on. But somewhere along the line he'd run off the tracks. To Barnes, recovering the package now seemed incidental, and that was the problem. "Call the ringer," DeForio finally said, rising up and striding around the ornate wooden balustrade. "I want to give that asshole one last chance." Blanket could see the man's knuckles were white from gripping the chair. He knew how badly Michael needed that package, how much time and money had been spent accumulating the treasures inside. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could set operations back years, maybe decades. Michael would lose his best, perhaps his only, chance to own this miserable city. Fucking Gustafson. Guy been on his last legs when DeForio bailed him out with that assignment. Then the junkie fuck went and blew it all in spectacular fashion. For whatever reason, the middleman, Luis Guzman, never received the album. Now John Fredrickson was dead, and a shitstorm the size of the tri-state area looked ready to rain down at any moment. "Boss, you want me to take some guys down to that building, try to find Parker?" Michael shook his head, his eyes still closed. "By the time you get there, the building will be swarming with cops and feds. If we just send Barnes, at least there's a chance for him to slip in and slip out. Your crew? Like a bunch of retarded children trying to work a bulldozer." Blanket held his hands out, pleading. "Mike, I don't think Barnes still has his heart committed to, the cause. I think he wants Parker dead, and I don't think our package is on his list of priorities anymore." DeForio ran a hand through his hair. Blanket considered Michael's thoughtfulness a source of pride for the whole organization. To have an impetuous leader was to have a leader without a plan, without a vision, and any organization led by that example was doomed to failure. And Michael, he always had a plan. This situation, though, couldn't have been foreseen. The plan should have been foolproof. The Guzmans had never missed a drop. Hans Gustafsson was a rung away from the bottom and malleable. John Fredrickson was as loyal an employee as they got. Parker was the wild card they never could have anticipated. And in good wild card fashion, he'd fucked everything up. A precision watch smashed into tiny bits by an invisible hammer. Michael's eyes suddenly locked on Blanket. "Send 4 men to that building on East 80th. I want them to do everything possible to get to Parker before the cops do. And tell them to keep an eye out for Barnes. No telling what that man's capable of." "You got it, Mike." Blanket turned to leave. "Wait, Angelo." Blanket spun around. "Yeah, boss." "Make sure the 4 you send are expendable." Chapter 40. The Crown Victoria pulled up to the corner of 80th and East End at 2:13 a.m. There were no spots, so Denton parked next to a hydrant. The streets were deathly quiet. They had 17 minutes before the NYPD would bust everything open. The clock was ticking. At first, Mauser wondered if they'd be able to spot the building Parker was referring to, but it was obvious as soon as he stepped out of the car. A cavity and a mouthful of pearly whites. The tenement didn't belong here. Like Parker himself. The only entrance was through a wrought iron gate, swung open just enough for one body to fit through at a time. Deep rivets had been dug into the ground. Clearly few people ever entered or left the building. Even in the faint light of the moon, Mauser could see the dark stains on the brick, the utter hopelessness of the building's facade. Joe slipped his hand down to his holster, unbuckling his Glock. The metal felt cool, inviting, as though it had lain dormant for too long. He heard another snap, saw Denton's hand move from his hip. Finally, they were about to confront Henry Parker, and both of their safeties were off. Mauser entered first. He moved slowly, inching across the cement, listening for any movement. The gate led to a small portico. Crouching by the stone steps, Mauser pointed at the door, nodded to Denton. Leonard raised his pistol for cover as Mauser approached. Joe tried to breathe steadily, evenly, his heart like a hummingbird's wings. When he reached the top step, Mauser looked back at Denton, then quickly peeked through a dirt-streaked window. He saw a tiny flicker of light at the top of a stairwell, but no sign of life. Gently, Mauser turned the doorknob, the wind whistling past his head. He met no resistance, and entered the darkened foyer. The air inside smelled stale. Joe slunk along the wall, his Glock raised, his pulse racing. Denton joined alongside him, and they cautiously made their way to the stairwell. The steps were worn, caked with dried mud and dirt. Crouching down, Mauser crept up the steps. Parker had said he was on the 3rd floor, but that could have been a ruse. The kid could jump out at any moment, catch them by surprise. Mauser seriously doubted the kid was armed with anything more dangerous than a knife or a loose pipe. In the back of his mind, Mauser hoped he'd have the balls to fight. The 2nd floor landing was dark. Light burst from the floor above, trickling down the staircase. Mauser cursed himself for not bringing a flashlight, but he didn't have time to second-guess. As he took the first step up, something soft brushed by his face. Stumbling back, he felt it again. "The fuck?" Joe cried, tripping backward over Denton's foot. A cluster of pigeons burst from the shadows, flying around the stairwell, beating their wings madly, feathers flying in the soft light. Mauser threw up his hand, tried to swat at them. "God damn it, get away!" Denton joined in, both of them flailing about until there was silence. Joe wiped the sweat from his brow. Looked at Denton, the man's hair disheveled. "So much for getting the drop," he whispered. They approached the 3rd floor landing. Globs of white littered the steps. They looked fresh. Bird shit. Wonderful. When he reached the 3rd floor, Mauser swung his gun toward the light. The room before them was empty. The only light came from a single bulb whose pull string had been yanked off. There was no sign of Parker. Joe edged forward, forearms tensed, gun steady. Then he saw it. In the center of the room, directly beneath the bulb, lay a photograph. Mauser knelt down and picked it up. Suddenly, his knees went slack. Then he felt a hollowness in his stomach. His gun hand dropped. Joe recognized the man in the picture. It was John Fredrickson, his brother-in-law, husband to his sister. In the photo, Fredrickson held an envelope lined with cash. Handing him the envelope was a man Mauser recognized immediately. Angelo Pinheiro. Blanket Pinheiro. Joe stumbled back, the photo falling from his hand. Denton stepped forward, picked up the picture. "Jesus," he said flatly. "Is it real?" "I think so," Mauser said. Then he noticed a small black arrow on the bottom of the photo, pointing downward. Mauser flipped the picture over and saw 2 words scrawled on the back. 5th floor. Mauser gripped the photo, felt it crinkle in his hand. Adrenaline pumped through him. John was on the take. Was it possible? And where the fuck did Parker get the picture? Anger boiled inside him, but now Mauser couldn't focus it. He bolted up the stairs, the birds on the stairwell below scared into a tizzy. Denton trailed behind him, but Joe Mauser could hear nothing, just the drumming in his head. John. Why? When he reached the 5th floor, Mauser found the door was wide open. Parker was waiting for him. The moon cast a ghastly white gleam across the floor. Shadows danced in the corners. He squinted, thought he saw something move. "Parker!" he yelled, gun erect, outstretched. Denton strode up beside him, their heavy breathing merging into one. The room was quiet. The birds had stopped flying. Mauser stepped forward, the room blanketed in soft, impenetrable darkness. "I have more." Mauser froze. The voice came from the corner of the room by the window. All Joe could see was blackness. Raising his gun to chest level, Mauser stepped forward. "If anything happens to me, the negatives go right to the press. Lower the gun, then we can talk." "Joe," Denton whispered. "He could be armed. Let's just do him now before the cavalry arrives." Parker seemed to hear this, but his body didn't respond. It was tense, rigid. "There are more photos," Parker said. "A lot more. They're being guarded by a friend. If anything happens to me, you'll see them in the morning papers. All I'm asking is for you to lower the gun." John's face in that photo. The money. Without thinking, Mauser lowered his gun. He placed his hand on Denton's wrist, forcing his gun down. Out of the shadows stepped Henry Parker. He looked like a man who'd just run an entire marathon at full speed, his arms sinewy, shirt stained with dried sweat, hair unkempt. He could see blood seeping through Henry's left pant leg from where he'd been shot. The young man breathed deeply. Joe could see dark rings under his eyes. Henry Parker looked like he hadn't slept in days, and had been running from the devil the entire time, which was probably the truth. "You killed John," Mauser said, stepping closer. Parker didn't budge. "You killed a part of my family. You left a wife without a husband and 2 children without a father. You deserve to go straight to hell." Mauser felt the blood harden in his veins, and slowly he raised the gun, aiming right at Henry Parker's heart. "John Fredrickson is dead," Parker said, "but not because of me." "Fuck this shit," Denton said, stepping forward, his gun raised as well. "He killed John. Look at his eyes. He knows he did. If anyone deserves to die, Joe." Mauser looked into Parker's eyes, the first time he'd seen them up close since St. Louis, since Shelton Barnes. That photo. And somewhere deep inside Henry Parker's eyes, Joe Mauser saw the one thing he never thought he'd see. Truth. "Tell me what happened," Joe said. "And don't leave a thing out. And if I think you're lying to me, I won't think twice about shooting you in the face." Parker took a deep breath and spoke. "It starts with Michael DeForio and Jimmy Saviano," Henry said. Mauser interjected. "Everyone knows about their war. It's been brewing for years and nothing's ever happened." "Until now," Henry said. "Michael DeForio owns a good chunk of real estate in the city. More specifically, he owns the building at 2937 Broadway, where John Fredrickson was killed." Parker took a breath, continued. "DeForio figured an easy way to help his business while exposing himself to limited liability was to use indentured servants, couriers, to run his errands. Men without ties, without hope. If these couriers had records, and they were arrested or killed, the finger would point right back at them alone. No questions would be asked." A faint breeze drifted through the room, sending a shiver down Mauser's spine. "Come on, Joe. Forget this kid. Let's take him now." Mauser looked at Denton, who shut his mouth. He felt lightheaded, his world turning upside down. Nodding at Parker, Joe said, "Go on." Michael DeForio's associates would reach out to recent parolees. Men with no money and no job. They were offered housing on the cheap in exchange for their services, picking up payments, running drugs, the works. And in return, they got to stay out of crummy halfway homes and didn't have to bag groceries for a living. Parker swallowed. Luis Guzman was one of those men. In fact, over the last 5 years, at least 10 ex-convicts have lived in that very building, getting huge rent discounts in exchange for their, Parker paused, services. "I'm still not seeing it, Joe," Denton said. "The fucking NYPD's gonna be here any minute and we're fucking around with—" "Shut the fuck up!" Mauser yelled. Shut the fuck up! This is about my goddamn family! Denton looked like he'd been punched in the gut. He stepped back. Parker, clearly unnerved, tried to collect himself, his voice shaky. Another man DeForio employed was a photographer named Hans Gustafsson. DeForio paid Gustafsson to take some very incriminating photographs of very important people. Photographs of cops and government officials, just like the one he took of Officer Fredrickson. John, Mauser said. Parker nodded. Gustafsson compiled a large album of these photos over the past 2 decades. They could have been used for any number of reasons, to blackmail city politicians, to gain better control over the cops already in his pocket, to find out which policemen were double-dipping and working for Saviano as well. Luis Guzman was a middleman. He was supposed to collect the photos from Gustafsson and hold them for Fredrickson, who would deliver directly to DeForio. But the photos never made it to Luis Guzman. Why not? Mauser asked. He could feel sweat pouring down his skull, warm and sticky. Hans Gustafsson was killed before he could deliver the photos. I know this because I found the body. And whoever killed Gustafsson wanted those photos, but he'd hidden them well. Jesus, Mauser said. Unbelievable, Denton added. Luis Guzman never received them because Gustafsson was dead. Fredrickson, assuming Guzman was holding them for his own personal gain, possibly to resell to Saviano, attempted to beat it out of him. That's when I came in. You and John, Mauser said. You killed him. Officer Fredrickson is dead, Parker said, his voice like meat through a grinder. But I didn't kill him. I tried to stop him from hurting the Guzmans, and somewhere in the struggle his gun went off. But I didn't pull the trigger. And if you talk to the Guzmans, really talk to them, they'll corroborate my story. Mauser said, And this photo album, where is it now? It's safe, along with the negatives, Parker said. I don't want it to get into the wrong hands any more than you do. But I can put the pieces together and help make things right. All I want in exchange is my life back. That's not possible, Mauser said. There's a whole city wants you dead. The city doesn't know the whole story. He paused. What do you want? Parker asked. Mauser lowered his head. His shadow cast long across the wall. Then he looked up. I want justice for my brother. I want whoever's responsible to pay. I want that too, Henry said. And I can help. Parker took a step forward, Mauser watching, but then he heard it. A slight sound, the fluttering of wings. The birds had been disturbed again. Somebody was coming up the stairs. Get back, Mauser said urgently, shoving Parker toward the window. He and Denton whipped around and aimed their guns at the door, crouching to create a smaller target. Soft footsteps, but Mauser could hear them clearly. More than one. More than two. At least 3 people were approaching, maybe more. Mauser felt the Glock in his hands, a trivial reassurance of protection. He looked quickly at Denton, nodded. Then a tremendous explosion shattered the silence, then another and another. The room lit up like a firecracker had gone off, thunder echoing through the building, tortured screams from below. Jesus Christ! Mauser yelled. What the fuck is that? Another explosion rocked the building, and then there was silence. The police didn't fire those shots, Mauser thought. They were shotgun blasts, 4 in total, and from the intervals it sounded like one person had fired them. Then Joe heard it. Footsteps coming up the stairs. Just one set now, deliberate. He saw Parker. Fear etched on his face, backed into the corner. A shadow crept into the doorframe. Mauser saw the barrel of the gun before he saw the man. As he entered the room, Joe Mauser recognized his face. Shelton Barnes. The man's pants and shirt were dark black, but in the moonlight Mauser could see red, like a dozen paintballs had exploded on his chest. Other men's blood. Then Barnes spoke, his voice even. All I want is Parker, Barnes said, his shotgun at chest level. For Anne. Mauser looked at Denton, then back at Barnes. Joe stood up, gun outstretched. "You'll get nothing and like it, Barnes," Mauser said. "Now drop the fucking weapon." Then Denton stood up, his eyes locked with Barnes. Mauser felt a shiver sweep down his spine as a cold grin spread across his partner's face. A tremor swept through Joe's body as a hard truth entered his brain, one moment too late. "They say you gotta make your own luck," Denton said, before pumping 3 bullets into Mauser's chest. Chapter 41. I watched the cop go down in a heap, a stunned look in his eyes. The man in the doorway, Barnes, didn't move. The other cop, Denton, stood there staring at the body, a sick smile on his face. The stench of blood and gunpowder soiled the air, death lingering like steam, and it was blowing my way. "Better to take him out of the equation, leave it to the 3 that matter," Denton said, looking at the assassin in the doorway. "Name's Leonard Denton, but you don't remember me, do you?" The assassin flinched, his shotgun wavering. "I just want Parker," Barnes said, but his voice sounded unsure now, like he was trying to piece together a puzzle. "Come on, Shelton, you remember, don't you? That night in your loft? That pretty wife of yours? Or maybe you'd remember better if I had a hood on. Your first and last warning, asshole." Barnes's arm went slack. The gun dropped to his side. With his other hand he gently touched his chest, as though making sure something was still there. "Anne," Barnes said, his voice tremulous. I couldn't move. Something was playing out here, an old wound being reopened between these 2 men. Denton nodded. "That's right," he said. "DeForio," Barnes added. Denton nodded. "Sometimes you have to do whatever it takes to get ahead in this world. When I was a rookie, I said, hey, what's the big deal if I take a few bucks, kill some low-level punk who needed killing? You pissed off the wrong guy, my friend. Now Michael made it my job to fix you. Problem was, Shelton, you didn't die. Your wife died like she was supposed to, bless her heart. But you didn't take the hint. You came back and killed everyone else. Somehow missed out on me. My good luck, I suppose." Barnes's gun hand shifted, the shotgun stirring slightly. "Your wife, Anne was her name, right? She was a pretty thing. Shame it had to end that way for her." Without warning, Denton raised his gun, 3 more explosions ripping through the room. Barnes flew backward against the wall, the shotgun coming to rest on his knee. I heard a ragged breath escape his mouth. Then he lay still. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. But then it snapped into my head. The puzzle came together. "You killed Hans Gustafsson," I said to Denton, stepping into the light. "You were the one who tried to steal the album." "Guilty," Denton said, raising his hands above his head. "And back up, will you, Parker? I need to wait until the cops get here before I do this. Can't just sit on a body for 10 minutes, you know?" "Why?" I asked. Denton sighed, but his body remained solid. "You know, I guess I'm just like every other 9-to-5 schlub. Just didn't see my career progressing the way I wanted," Denton said. There was a hungry ambition in his eyes that chilled me to the bone. All's fair, they say, no matter whose life has to be destroyed. Or ended. "Working for Michael DeForio has its perks, but I genuinely did enjoy law enforcement. Problem was they don't want to give you a break unless you make a major case, and I wasn't as fortunate as our friend Joe here." "So you steal the album, pretend you're the hero." "That's one of 2 possibilities." And the other was switching sides, bringing it to Jimmy Saviano. Denton's smile widened. "You're a bright guy, I'll give you that." Outside the building I heard several car doors open and slam shut. Footsteps on the pavement. I turned to the window, saw a dozen uniformed policemen approaching the gate. "That's my cue," Denton said. "It's been fun, Parker, but I'm tired of this. I kind of wish your friend Barnes there had gotten off a shot, but with all the shit you pulled, the NYPD won't really ask questions. If only you weren't so goddamn persistent, none of this would have happened. Now the only thing I have to do is find Miss Davies. I'm guessing she's got the album, am I right? I'm sure she won't be too hard to find or persuade. Hate bubbled up inside me as I stepped forward. You touch her with the tip of one finger, I swear you'll die. I'll come back from the fucking grave if I have to. Denton seemed to consider this. You know, let's see if that's true. The muzzle flashed. Then I heard a deafening roar, and a searing pain sliced through my chest. The blast threw me onto the floor, a burning sensation eating through my torso like scalding water. I cried out, gasped for air. It felt like a 400-pound weight was pressing on my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. I looked up, my breathing ragged, to see Denton approaching. It's a shame, Parker. You probably would have made a good reporter. The gun was less than a foot from my face. I closed my eyes, waiting for the world to end. No! The scream came from the doorway. It was Amanda, and she was clutching the album. Denton turned and aimed the gun at her, and she screamed again. Summoning my last bit of energy, the hatred in me overcoming the wretched pain, I lunged at Denton, driving my shoulder into his back. He toppled forward, landing hard on the floor. The gun exploded again, splinters flying out of the wall. I couldn't feel my left arm, but with my right, I grabbed his gun hand. I was stronger than Denton, but weakened from the gunshot. I lifted my fist and brought it crashing down on Denton's face. Again, and again, harder. I heard a snap as his nose broke, blood spurting out. Again. Blood covered my hand. I could feel nothing. Denton yelped beneath me, and we both struggled to our feet. My hand was still on the gun, holding on for life. Like that night. A sticky wheezing sound came from my chest with every breath. Denton took a step back, gaining leverage, and I braced myself, my legs rubbery, barely able to hold my weight. But instead of using his leverage to better grip the gun, Denton swung his leg forward and up, right into my groin. I fell back, pain like I'd never experienced shooting through every nerve in my body. I writhed on the floor, my chest burning, my energy completely sapped. My limbs didn't work. I looked up to see Denton standing over me, a horrible leer on his face. He wiped blood from his busted nose, laughed at it. Goodbye, Parker. His gun traced an invisible line between my eyes. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Then another. I saw smoke curling out of Denton's chest. The man looked stunned, unbelieving. Small dark patches bloomed under his white shirt, visible in the moonlight. One more shot shattered the air, and Denton fell forward, his gun clattering on the wood. His body spasmed once, and then lay still. I looked to the corner. Barnes was sitting up, his face pale, drained, and staring at Leonard Denton's fallen body. He blinked twice, like a sleep-deprived man trying to stay awake. Like me, Barnes was losing the battle. For Anne, he whispered. Then his eyes closed. The shotgun fell from his grasp. A moment later, Amanda burst into the room, tears flowing down her cheeks. She knelt down beside me, wrapping her arms around my head. I felt sleepy, leaned into her, feeling my body slowly drifting away. "Oh my God," she said. "Don't worry, Henry. You'll be okay." Hot tears dripped onto my face, warmth like a comforting hand. I let it soak in, letting my mind fall away. It's all over. I heard the sound of footsteps, looked up through a haze to see a dozen policemen enter the room, guns drawn. Immediately they came to me. 2 men and a woman leaned over Mauser's body. I heard a raspy breath as they placed an oxygen bag over his face, loading him onto a stretcher. Mauser's fingers twitched, and he was carried out. I could tell Denton was dead from the way they examined him. A mustached officer knelt down next to me. My eyelids felt heavy, and I let them close. Through the darkness I heard Amanda screaming, the sound so distant, so far away. Struggling to open my eyes, I saw an officer holding her back. I smiled at Amanda, fell further and further into the darkness. "Barnes," I said, my voice merely an echo. "Who's Barnes?" the officer asked. In the corner, with the shotgun. He killed Denton. Saved our lives. I could barely breathe the words out. No more energy. It was time to sleep. Good night, Henry. The officer stood up, then knelt back down. There's nobody there, son. All I see is an empty shotgun and a few shells. You sure there was another man? A laugh escaped my lips. Through the swarm of blue jackets I was able to see the room in its entirety. He was right. There was a splash of blood where Barnes had fallen, nothing more. I felt Amanda's hand graze my back, her cries keeping me awake. Several hands lifted me into the air. 2 words echoed in my head before the darkness consumed me. It's over. Chapter 42. 1 month later. I never liked spiders. Don't really know anyone who does. But sitting on a bench in Rockefeller Plaza, sipping a cup of coffee and watching the brilliant summer sun gleaming off those metal arachnid monstrosities, I couldn't help but think I'd missed something the first time around. It was late June, and deliciously warm, a gentle breeze wafting through the city. Summer nights in New York were long, and I planned to savor every second of them. I'd been back at the Gazette for less than a week, still taking my time from the staph infection in my leg and 2 subsequent surgeries. A week in ICU, armed policemen outside my door. My mother came to visit. She cried, then asked if I'd found a job yet. She said my father couldn't take the time off work. Maya visited me too, thankfully when Amanda wasn't there. That would be an awkward conversation for a later time. She said she was glad I was okay. She said she was sorry things had ended so badly between us. She said she hoped we could still be friends. I told her I'd like that, and I meant it, but she looked at me in a way she hadn't in a long time, and I knew friendship wasn't all she hoped for. And a small part of me wished we'd had one more chance. I would never tell Amanda that. I'm with her now. My past might never be buried, but at least now I had a future. The docs told me to wait a few weeks before returning to the Gazette. Try working 2 or 3 hours a day at first, they said. Increase your hours as your strength returns. But they knew that wasn't going to happen. If I was back at the Gazette, I was going full bore. So I took a few more weeks to sit on my ass, plowing through books and newspapers in an effort not to go stir-crazy. And now here I was, back where it all started. If only I'd agreed to write Wallace's story about these stupid metal bugs, I'd have 1 more rib, 1 less incredible story, and 1 less love. I felt a slight tug in my chest, took a deep breath. The scar would always be visible, but the pain would eventually subside. Denton's bullet had shattered my lowest true rib, a sliver of which punctured my right lung. The doctor said when they opened me up, it looked like a crumpled-up grocery bag. Tubes were inserted into my chest to siphon the air that had built up between my collapsed lung and rib cage. Before they put me to sleep, I saw Amanda's face through the glass. You couldn't get a better vision before going under. I could feel the scar tickle the skin below my clothing, like an amputee who still feels pain in a missing limb, a silent reminder of that night. Sometimes I still see the bodies, smell the smoke, hear the gunshots, and I know they'll never leave me. Last week I visited John Fredrickson's family to pay my condolences to his widow, Linda. She now knew the truth. She knew why her husband was there that night, but her husband was still dead because of me. She looked me over, her lip trembling, and then she slapped me across the face and closed the door. I stood there for a minute and felt the pain. There were some wounds that would never heal, no matter the balm, and I'd have to live with that. Linda Fredrickson would too. Joe Mauser refused to die. I visited him too. Some movie studio paid him a bunch of money for the rights to the story while he was still hooked up to a breathing machine. Publishing houses were throwing money at him to write a book. Jack told me this stuff was common. Few cops could live on their salary alone, and most secretly hoped for the one big case that could offer financial comfort for their families. That is, if Mauser lived. I knew he would. Jack's story was a smashing success. His page 1 headline read, "The Mark," and featured stock photos of Michael DeForio, Agents Joe Mauser and Leonard Denton, a presumed dead assassin named Shelton Barnes, and the photo from my driver's license. The piece began with my interviewing Luis Guzman and ended with Leonard Denton's death. The Gazette sold out its entire print run. There were talks of a Pulitzer, and when Wallace offered me my old job back, the first thing Jack did was make sure that at the end of the story there was a line which read, "Additional reporting by Henry Parker." The only photos came from police photographers and the Associated Press. Paulina left the Gazette a few weeks earlier. The New York Dispatch doubled her salary and made her a featured columnist. Her first column was entitled, "How Henry Parker Ruined the News." Next to it was an article about a television star suspected of undergoing liposuction and breast augmentation. She was slammed by everyone across the board, but it was the Dispatch's most read and most discussed article in years that didn't have to do with a boob job or a model's husband sleeping with a teenager. If people were bashing her, it meant they were talking about her. I heard rumors she was interviewing my old classmates, my parents, and it even called Maya for dirt. She even called me. Said it was only business. You can't take things personally in this industry, and... I hung up before she finished the sentence. The story still ran. A few days later, I got my first piece of hate mail. Heartless, spoiled, hateful, deceitful. Just a few of the choice words this admitted fan of Paulina Cole had for me. But here I was, working again, doing what I was born to do. I was writing in my notebook when suddenly a shadow blocked the sun. "Visiting your friends?" Amanda was standing over me, the sun shining directly over her head. I inhaled her beautiful smell, again had to remind myself she was real. She was wearing her turquoise tank top, my favorite one, and her lovely brown hair was tied back in a ponytail. I never thought it would be possible, but Amanda looked even more beautiful now than the day I met her. "They don't leave you alone, do they?" She was referring to the smattering of plainclothes cops stationed around the AP building, just in case Michael DeForio got frisky and decided he wanted payback. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wake up in a cold sweat some nights, unsure whether it was all over, whether those 3 days had cost me peace for the rest of my life. Then I would look at the girl beside me, and I knew she could give me whatever I might have lost. Amanda. "So you wanted to see me?" I said. 45 minutes ago, Amanda called me at the office, told me to meet her outside. She said it was important, and she didn't use that term lightly. "So what are you writing?" she asked. She reached for my notebook, and I tucked it away. "Wallace gave me an assignment to write a story about these," I pointed to the large insects swarmed by tourists, "things. I never got around to it last time, so I'm making amends." "Sounds like a nice little human interest piece," she said. She wrapped her arms around my neck. I could smell her, sweet and light, a scent to wake up to forever. "Know any other humans that interest you?" I smiled. "I can think of one, but I haven't run a DNA check to make sure she's not from the planet Melmac." She playfully punched my arm, then lowered herself into my lap. Amanda leaned in and nuzzled her cheek against mine. I felt her lips brush my nose, my ear. I could taste her on my tongue. Amanda, the woman who saved my life. Then I felt something kick my leg, looked up to see a young girl on the ground. She'd tripped over my foot, but jumped up like an acrobat in training, brushed off her overalls. "Ta-da!" she squealed, like she'd meant to do it all along. "Alyssa!" Her mother came jogging up, holding a New York City map and a Dean and DeLuca bag. "I'm sorry," the woman said. "Kids can be clumsy." "Not a problem," I said. I leaned down so my face was close to Alyssa's. Amanda's arms still clenched around my neck. "Careful there, Alyssa. You don't want to disturb these guys." I pointed to the spiders. "Why not?" she asked, her little mouth confused, but spread in a mischievous grin. "Because if you don't watch out, they might—" Then I began tickling Amanda until she squirmed and squealed out of my arms. Alyssa was clapping and jumping, giggling like a baby. Or else they tickle you? She asked. Exactly. Her mother smiled at me, took Alyssa's hand and led her away. What can I say? I said, pecking Amanda on the lips. Kids love me. I think she was sweet on you, Amanda said, her jeweled eyes laying me open. Do I have anything to be jealous about? As a matter of fact, yes. I've decided to forego my gorgeous, mature girlfriend in lieu of a much younger woman whose parents have a more stable bank account and a good sandbox. She kissed me, placed her hand on my chest where the bullet had torn through my skin. How does it feel? She asked. Still burns sometimes, but not as bad. Doc says it'll hurt more in the winter. That gives me about 3 months of summer sun, and after that you'll have to keep me warm. I don't think that will be a problem. So what's the emergency? Sounded important. It is, she said. She took the notebook from my hand, kissed it, then reached into her pocket. When she looked up, her face was serious, more serious than I'd seen in a long time. I want you to have this, Amanda said. I've never given one to anyone before, but her voice trailed off. You deserve to see it. Into my palm, she placed a notebook of her own. The cover looked familiar. I opened it up. There were 2 words written at the top of the page. Carl Bernstein. Remember that night in my car, how you wanted to know what I could possibly have learned in such a short amount of time? I nodded, knew that night vividly. Well, now I want you to know what I thought about you that day. Go ahead, look. I read it. Carl Bernstein, early to mid-20s, no baggage other than a backpack, all alone. There's a look in his eyes like something I've never seen, a tenderness that seems to come from out of nowhere, like he's scared, vulnerable. He acts like I've saved the life of somebody I've just met. I scanned the rest of the page. When I was through, I stood up, gathered Amanda into my arms and swung her around, our lips never parting, until my rib hurt and I had to put her down. Amanda leaned down and kissed my shirt, right where the slug had entered my body. She rose back up and grinned. I think scars are actually kind of manly. You know what I like most about them? What? I asked. You never know exactly what's below them, she smiled. Now come on, hero. You have a story to write. We both laughed and walked down the street, arm in arm. Amanda laid her head on my shoulder. Kissing her forehead, I held her tight, never to look back. Epilogue. The cold wind snapped and bit Michael DeForio's face as he stepped off the curb. An aide he'd never met stepped into an ankle-deep puddle as he opened the door to the Oldsmobile. Fucking new guys, DeForio thought. All utterly worthless. They'd had to take on extra help after Barnes massacred 4 men in that run-down building on 80th Street. The new faces only added to the disharmony, only made their family weaker. And over the last few weeks, Michael's family barely had the strength to continue. In the last 3 weeks, nearly all of DeForio's protection had ceased communication, fell off the face of the damn earth. Most had simply stopped responding to phone calls. Others would whisper stop calling and hang up. That's why the new faces. That's why the whole thing had gone up in smoke. According to a lieutenant at the 53rd Precinct, several weeks after Henry Parker's vindication on 3 counts of first-degree murder, every officer, politician, and newsman on the DeForio payroll received a mysterious package in the mail. Inside each package was a reprint of a photograph that Michael recognized as the handiwork of the late Hans Gustafsson. Accompanying these photos was a letter, warning that unless all illegal activities were ceased immediately, the pictures in question would be released to the press. Half the cops were scared shitless. The others all had a change of heart. The photo album had disappeared completely, and countless hours and dollars had been thrown out the window. We can't work for you anymore, Michael. We swore an oath to the city. Goddamn fucking saints going back on their word after they'd already taken Michael for thousands. Cut him off, just like that. That goddamn Parker was behind it. He had to be. Michael's first order of business was to find Henry Parker and end him. The kid had ruined so much, Michael wasn't sure how much was salvageable. Regardless, vengeance had to be dealt, and swiftly. Michael had to regain control. Blanket slid into the back seat next to DeForio. A portly driver who reeked of fried onions got behind the wheel. Blanket gestured to the new man, who gave Michael a nervous nod. "Boss, this is Kenny. Kenny'll be driving you for the time being until we take on more help." DeForio gave Kenny a quick nod, nothing more. Kenny turned the ignition and began to ease out of the driveway. He braked abruptly, then started up again, sending Michael lurching forward. Kenny clearly hadn't done much driving outside of the pizza truck or wherever they'd found his sorry ass. Kenny pulled out of the complex, zipping along at 4 miles an hour, like a teenager afraid to piss off his driving instructor. Henry Parker, a 24-year-old kid, had all but ruined him. The album was gone. Gustafson and Fredrickson were dead, as was Shelton Barnes. Leonard Denton, a reliable soldier for years, was dead. Luis and Christine Guzman were in protective custody. So many soldiers dead, the rest deserting like rats from a ship. DeForio had known all along about Denton's history, figured sooner or later it would catch up to him. Talk about shitty timing. Even if he wanted to take out Parker right now, which he did, oh God, how he did. Goddamn video surveillance was on him like the clap on a prostitute. The papers didn't mention a funeral for the third man, didn't even identify the man's name. Didn't matter. He wasn't worth a funeral. And for the second time, Michael DeForio had killed Shelton Barnes. And this time, he wasn't coming back. "Hey, Ken, whatever the fuck your name is, you want to step on it?" "Ken's new, Mike," Blanket replied. "You'll get used to him." "I'll be late for my own fucking funeral the way he drives. Hey, Ken, you see that movie about a bomb on the bus? You go 1 mile an hour under 50 the rest of the way and I'll cut your fucking ears off." Ken nodded. The mood he was in, Michael just might keep his word. Ken pressed his foot down on the gas, and DeForio watched the speedometer climb to 5, then 10, 15. At least Ken listened. It was a start. As the car passed through the wrought iron gates, a tremendous explosion shattered the air, and the car erupted into an enormous golden fireball. The detonation knocked down dozens of pedestrians, shattering windows up to 3 blocks away. Orange flames shot into the sky as the fuselage caught fire, sending the car's chassis 10 feet into the air. Molten debris rained across the street. When the car crashed to earth, black smoke pouring from the windows, people gathered around the smoldering wreckage, whispering in hushed tones, hands over their mouths to stifle the horror. Cell phones were taken out, 911 immediately inundated with horrified callers. Most simply watched the car burn, gasping at the charred corpses inside, wondering who'd fallen victim to such a ghastly fate. Slowly, one man began to make his way through the crowd. He was tall and his skin was pale. Thin, like he'd recently lost a tremendous amount of weight. His cheeks were sunken, and he wore dark sunglasses, a thick black overcoat wrapped around his gaunt frame. He walked with a slight limp and held his right arm in a sling. The man stepped forward, carefully winding his way through the gaping onlookers. As he approached the twisted mass of destruction, the man removed something from his breast pocket. It was a picture, worn and tattered and smeared with red. He pressed his lips to the photograph, then set it on the ground by the burning wreckage, just a few feet from the charred bodies inside. Standing back up, the man coughed into his fist and said 2 words. For Anne.
This has been an Audible Inc. and Harlequin production of The Mark by Jason Pinter. Read by Noah Plenner. Executive producer, Beth Anderson. Supervising producer, Arthur Giansana. Producer, Gail Hendricks. Produced, directed, and engineered by Louis Milgram. Chief engineer, Mike Charzak. Edited by Louis Milgram and Gary Solomon. Music composed by Michael Whalen. Post-production music mix, Louis Milgram. Post-production manager, George James. Copyright 2007 by Jason Pinter. Production copyright 2007 by Audible Inc. All rights reserved, including the right of reproduction in whole or in part in any form. This edition is published by arrangement with Harlequin Books, S.A. All characters in this book are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. If this gripping thriller had you on the edge of your seat, check out The Doll Maker by Amanda Stevens. A chilling mystery guaranteed to satisfy any suspense reader. Download it and listen today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.